Who's in? That's the question we all want to know. Is it not championship weekend here at the Voice of College Football? Appreciate you all stopping by. It's one of the nights that we all wait for. It's like rivalry week. It's like opening weekend. It's like, yes, bowl week. It's all those things. This is championship week. And of course, at this point tomorrow, we will know who the four are. And we've got some drama. We've got some suspense, unlike we've had in a while. More teams have resumes that can be compared, maybe even beyond what people are talking about. So let's get right to it. We saw a night in which Michigan played Michigan football, Iowa played Iowa football. So that means that the defenses are right there. They are two of the very best in all of college football. The special teams, exceptional. The Michigan offense, functional, good, against a tremendous Iowa defense. Didn't look good, but then the Iowa offensive is, of course, just incredibly horrendous. It cannot be overstated in any way. It was fitting in every possible way that Brian Ferentz finished his Big Ten career with a goose egg on the scoreboard. That is just atrocious. It's obscene. It's just unfathomable that they can be that pathetic on offense. All right, that aside, they're not a factor. They're gone. Michigan marches on 26-0. Will they be the 1 seed? Georgia, Alabama at the SEC championship game. Tremendous game. Really good game. I'm not going to call it a classic. It was not a classic. Bama was the better team. They were just simply the better team today. Not by a ton, but they were the better team. They won kind of going away. You know, they were able to get a lead and then just keep that lead and respond every time Georgia scored those 2 second-half touchdowns. Respond. And then they salted it away. That was not the same Georgia defense. Really good defense. And maybe even arguably the best defense in the country, certainly one of the top 5 to 10, but that wasn't 2021 Georgia defense or 2022 Georgia defense that got run on when you knew Alabama was going to run the football, keep the football. Georgia scored with 2:52 left in the game to make it 27-24, and Alabama salted the game away with the Jalen Milroe run around the end for 30 yards. The vintage Georgia defense does not give up that play. And then running back runs up the middle for another first down to again salt the game away. Bama claims its stake. We will discuss Bama, of course, 27-24. Early in the day, Texas. This conference had no match for Texas, unfortunately, in the Big 12 championship game. Who should have been playing in that game against them in regards to best matchup? I don't know. I do think Kansas would have been better. Kansas State certainly would have been my number one choice. Kansas State to take on Texas. Oklahoma would have been most people's choice because of the rematch and because they obviously showed that they could beat Texas under the right conditions. But make no mistake about it, this is the best team in a conference with the widest gap over number 2. And Oklahoma State earned that championship bid. They beat Kansas. They beat Kansas State. They beat Oklahoma. So they earned it, but they were no match. And the officials, this drove me crazy. It's been so long ago now. There's been so much football played, and it didn't matter. Texas was so much better, but it was like the officials, we all anticipated, there was a lot of scrutiny on the officials, and it was almost like they took that to heart to say, no, we're going to prove that we're not biased toward the Big 12. We're going to, they handed the game to Texas. They gave Texas gifts in that game. Unbelievable. They didn't review an interception by Keaton Crawford that should have been reviewed because it would have been reversed. There was a pass interference that was not called on the very first drive of the game. Yeah, poorly officiated game. These officiating crews take 3-yard passes and change of possessions or markings of the football that are going to change by a foot, and they review those, and they don't review an interception in the red zone down near the goal line. But anyway, Texas rolled. They weren't going to be stopped. Oklahoma State's defense just, yeah. Actually had somebody last night. Who was that? One of our faithful callers said that Oklahoma State was better than Iowa and that they could give Michigan a game. And I'm like, no. Iowa's a better football team than Oklahoma State. All right. And then, of course, last night, Oregon, Washington, and the Huskies make their bid. There is some discussion about whether Washington should be compared to Michigan as the number 1 seed. They did defeat Oregon twice. They would be by far the worst number 1 seed that we've seen. I don't even think Washington's one of the 4 best teams in the country, but should they be in the playoff? Of course. All right, let's get right to it because I will go through your calls, of course, and I'm sure somebody's going to ask me who should be in the playoff because I am fully armed to let you know who should be in the playoff because it's clear, even though it's really not clear based on resume, between Texas, Alabama, and Florida State. And also, I will prove it to you for those people that will scoff and call me a homer. Ohio State, they really have an argument, but they won't be considered because they weren't playing today. But they actually have a better resume than Georgia does. All right, let's get right to it here at the Voice of College Football. The real MVP is going to lead us off tonight.
Well, Mark, how are you doing this evening?
I am doing great. Good day of football. Not a great day of football. It was underwhelming. There was the Alabama-Georgia game. That lived up to it. The other games were not great. Not a great day of football.
Well, Mark, I'm seeing 2 camps that are forming up in the playoff talk, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm honestly surprised it's these, there's not any more variation, but I see you have Michigan, Washington, Texas, Alabama is one camp for the top 4.
Yep.
And then your other camp is Michigan, Washington, Florida State, and Texas for the top 4.
Okay.
What do you think?
All right. Well, the 4 best, as Joel Klatt said tonight, and I tweeted back at Joel Klatt because I completely agree. And obviously I say this all the time. He said, what does that even mean? The 4 best? He said, I don't even know what that means. Who in the world can come up with the 4 best? I'll tell you who I think the 4 best teams in the country are. This weekend of football and last weekend didn't change my opinion. Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, and Michigan are the 4 best teams in the country. I am fully convinced of that, but they shouldn't be in the playoff. So that's what I believe are the 4 best. If you're going to select the 4 best, then ask me. If I were in the committee room right now, and they said, well, we're just supposed to select the 4 best teams, I'd say, it's Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and Alabama. Not in that order, but those are the 4 best teams. They're better than Washington. They're better than Texas. They're better. Texas would have the best claim. They're better than Florida State. All right, but let's get to your deal right there. This is what should happen. What should happen is Michigan's in, Washington is in, obviously. Then past that, Texas beat Alabama. They just flat out beat them. I'm sorry, but that's the way it goes. You have to go with the results. You have to value the results. Otherwise, let's say this happens. We have a national championship game of whatever teams they are. Do we leave that national championship game and say, I still think the team that lost the national championship's better, so let's give them the national championship? That's what we would be doing by giving a team that lost a head-to-head matchup with the same record, same qualifications in regards to a conference championship, the bid over another team. We would be saying, we could do the same thing after the national championship game. Let's just rip the trophy out of somebody's hands, say, we don't think you're good enough. We know you just won the game. So Texas has to go over Bama. They just have to. I don't think they're better, but they've got to go. And Florida State just won all of its games. They have to be in the playoff. I'm sorry, they have to be there. Do I think they're one of the 4 best? I don't know if they're one of the 6 or 7 best. but they have to be there. I don't know any way around it. Otherwise, why are we doing that? Why do we play these games and watch these games every week? I don't think
Mark,
Georgia has much of an argument at all, other than we're really good and we won 2 championships. And if I see or hear another moron on television talk about them winning back-to-back national championships, that is freaking moronic. Those people should not have a job. How idiotic can you be talking about winning national champion? Should Alabama, who won the 1992 national championship, should they be invited too? Let's, we can go all over the place. Clemson's 8-4. They won the national championship more recently. That's just so stupid. It's unbelievable that we're talking about prior seasons and that being a determinant of our decisions this year. You have the floor.
I completely 100% agree with everything you said and how that's the way it completely should be. I honestly believe the SEC should be left out of the playoffs this year, okay? The SEC did not deserve to be in the top 4 teams, okay? And I love the SEC. Everybody says I am an SEC homer. They didn't deserve it. But, Mark, I believe Alabama's making the college football playoff, and I believe Florida State is going to be left out. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but there was kind of a narrative shift that happened so subtly around like 8 p.m. Eastern, especially during the Florida State-Louisville game. Is like, oh, Florida State, all they need to do is just win this game and they're in. And then toward the end of the game, Jesse Palmer specifically said, if I was Florida State with 2.5 minutes, I would go for a touchdown because I think they need style points. I don't think that comment was made just completely out of speculation and out of the blue, Mark, okay? I think Florida State's out. And I think they are going to say Alabama is clearly better than Florida State. And I think injuries have been used in previous seasons to punish teams. And here's my example. Alabama and Tennessee played a game head-to-head last year, Mark, right?
Yes.
Who won the game?
Tennessee won.
Who was ranked higher at the end of the year?
Alabama, correct? I believe.
Correct. And why were they ranked higher at the end of the year?
They were ranked higher because Hendon Hooker got hurt.
Okay, so if they are willing to do that for a head-to-head result that occurred on the field, why wouldn't they do it for 2 teams that are in different conferences?
Oh, I believe that there's very much, I saw all the pre-games and I saw the halftimes on both networks and they all talked about it. And there was very much talk on the Fox broadcast as well about, well, Florida State, they're going to have to be better. They're going to have to be more decisive. This is unprecedented and we feel bad for them. There was also a couple comments like a Brady Quinn and maybe an Urban Meyer, like, I feel bad for them. Urban Meyer made the comment, man, it's going to be tough to go into that locker room and tell that team you did everything I asked you to do, but you're not going to the playoff.
I completely agree with that. But Mark, goes back to my big brand bias that I've told you about. You know who else is going through that right now? It's the Liberty Flames. How many people are talking about them? Liberty did all they could do this year. Are they going to the playoffs?
No, they are not going to the playoffs, and they're an undefeated team as well.
And next year, are they going to the playoffs under this format?
No.
Yes, they would. They would because Tulane lost.
Well, we don't know that. SMU could be elevated beyond them. That's possible.
Fair, okay. It's possible, but they have 2 losses. I believe Liberty's going to be ranked higher than SMU. If they had 1 loss, I think it'd be different.
Yeah.
But I think the committee, they don't have to worry about what's going to happen in the future because this is the last time the 14 playoff is taking place. So all they have to say is, well, this is why we need a 12-team playoff because we don't have enough spots. There's like 8 teams that deserve to be in this playoff, but we were given a failed system, a flawed system, and we couldn't do anything with it. Did you? I believe it was Bill Hancock who also said we need the best 4 teams in there. Did you hear that comment made?
No, I did not hear that, but that would leave Florida State out. And I totally understand that. And for everything that I just preached about Florida State and Texas needing to be in the playoff, we were sitting here last year and TCU made it into the playoff, and I so much would have rather had TCU out of the playoff and somebody else in there, like an Alabama and the best teams in the country to be playing in the playoff. So
Agree, Mark.
if they go ahead and make that decision and leave out Florida State, I don't like it. I feel bad for Florida State. I don't believe it's justice or anything like that, but it's going to make for a better playoff.
Correct. And I know this shouldn't be a factor at all, honestly, but the way Florida State played today, I think really hurts them as well. If Florida State won this game, Mark, 49-39, I don't think there'd be any questions. But for some reason, people have a bias against low-scoring defensive games and think they're just trash games. And I think that really hurts Florida State case in this scenario. I think if you inversed it, the odds of them making the playoffs would be significantly higher right now.
We also might have a different situation if we knew the health status of Tate Rodemaker, which maybe we do, that he's going to be back, even though he can't play tonight, that he's going to be back ready for a playoff game. And let's say he would have played extremely well against Florida. He only had slightly better numbers than Brock Glenn. So neither quarterback gave anybody any confidence that Florida State's going to be any good on that side of the football.
I completely agree with you. And people who are saying Alabama shouldn't be out because the Iron Bowl, they should have lost that game, they're right. They're completely right. But they've got that clearly better than role, Mark, and that's just a hard force for them to go over. And also, if Texas is 3, Alabama's only losses to a team that's in the playoffs. I think that makes a difference.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So you believe Michigan, Washington, Alabama, Texas.
Yes, flip Texas and Alabama.
Yeah. I didn't go with the seeds, but those 4 teams. Okay.
Correct. And, Mark, if Alabama wins the playoff, what'll happen, I believe, is they're going to retroactively claim that Alabama was the correct decision because they won the national championship. Which, I mean, honestly, they might be favored to win it all. Is how bad they performed this season, how great of a team they have. They could honestly be favored to win it all at the 4th seed. I know that shouldn't matter, but I think it does matter.
Well, they are charged, so they say, to select the 4 best teams. So I understand them validating themselves by saying, hey, we got it right, just like they did the first year when there was controversy about Ohio State, that they won the national championship. And they said, well, we selected the right team. Alabama in 2017, when they didn't go to the SEC championship game. We validated our selection by Alabama being the 4 seed, and they won the national championship. So I get that. They're supposed to be selecting the 4 best teams, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes they say that. Other times there's this argument about deserving and rewarding the right teams and then the 4 best.
Completely agree. I'm watching it. Heather, the reporter for ESPN,
yes,
she made her picks, okay, 3 through 6. Again, I don't believe any of this is coincidence when it comes to ESPN and the committee. She's got Texas at 3, Alabama 4, Georgia 5, Florida State 6.
Whoa. Wait a minute. She's got Florida State 6. Who's at 5? Georgia?
Georgia.
Who's at 4?
Bama.
Who's at 3?
Texas.
Then who are the top 2 teams? Michigan, Washington. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
I just find it interesting she's got Florida State that low. Like, they're not even the next team in. That's just interesting to me.
Yeah. Well, she should know. She does a ton of reporting on this, and she talks to all those people involved, and they probably give her some nuggets off the record to go by.
Right. I just think there's just too many signs that say Florida State's out. Maybe I'm reading the tea leaves too much, Mark. Maybe I'm just connecting dots where there are no dots. But I can't be convinced that all these different entities are saying Florida State's out, and it's a complete random shift from like 2 hours ago, and it doesn't have an impact on me.
Yeah, I just know that. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that because, and I don't know, like you said, if going to the 12 team in 2024 impacts what they're doing this year, that they feel maybe a little bit more emboldened. That could be.
Right, Mark. That's all I got to you. Fight on to what I still believe is the best conference in all of football, the SEC.
All right, great stuff from the real MVP. Keep in mind that in the very first playoff, they could have made a similar decision and said, well, this Florida State team that's undefeated is not playing well. They're scraping by the likes of Boston College and all these other teams every week, but they selected them because they were undefeated and left out TCU and Baylor. All right, let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We got Michael here. Michael, what's going on?
Not much, Mark. How you doing tonight, sir?
I am doing just fine. How are you?
Hanging in there. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go to the game because I had to go referee a game myself. But here's my top four, and before you go crazy and stuff like that, I actually have Washington 1, Michigan 2, Texas 3, Bama 4.
Sure. Okay.
And the only reason why is because they beat Oregon twice in the same year and stuff like that.
You believe Washington has a better resume than Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay. So Washington struggling week after week after week after week doesn't factor in for you?
It does, but I mean, you got to give them a little bit of credit being the same team twice in 1 year. I mean, did the other teams in the SEC, other teams play the same team? Because I don't think Texas and Oklahoma State played this year, did they?
No, nobody had the opportunity to beat the same team twice.
Well, Michigan could have. What I'm saying is they could have if they played each other during the season. What I'm saying.
No, nobody else had the opportunity to beat the same team twice.
Okay. Anyway,
it's not that nobody else could beat the same team twice. Nobody else had the opportunity. And Pac-12 history has shown us that that's not such a big deal because it's been done 8 out of 9 times.
Okay, sure. But no, I was going to say like that though. But is there a chance, although a very, very minute chance, that Georgia and Bama sneaks in tomorrow?
Yeah, there is. There is.
Well, I mean, it would be more of a bigger chance for Bama than Georgia.
Well, yeah, Bama just beat Georgia, and they've got the same record, and they've got a conference championship. Yes, Bama is certainly way ahead of Georgia in regards to an argument.
And did Texas do Bama favors? Just like I said, Texas was going to do last night. Pretty much paced Oklahoma State.
Did that do Bama a favor?
Yeah.
Why did that do Bama a favor?
No. I guess because what I'm saying is if had Texas would have maybe been in a closer game with Oklahoma State, would it have hurt Bama compared to it being a blowout?
No. Bama wanted Texas to lose or play a close game.
Okay.
No, there's going to be a comparison between Texas and Bama.
All right. No, I was just wondering because I didn't know if it was actually going to, if Bama preferred them to play a close game, or were they thinking, okay, please, so we can increase our strength of schedule? That's what I was asking.
If Texas was out of the playoff, yes, they would love for Texas to improve their strength of schedule, but they're being compared to Texas. They didn't want Texas to play well today.
Okay. And with Florida State and stuff like that, I can't see a way they're not in tomorrow, Mark. I really can't.
You don't think they'll be chosen?
No. I could be wrong, but just something tells me the way they played tonight, even though they didn't have Rodemaker or Travis. I don't know. We'll see. Straight. I mean, it could happen.
Yeah,
But
none of us know. None of us know what that committee is going to select. They've got a lot of pressure on them because to leave out a Power 5 champion that's undefeated, it's never happened in 10 years, but they would have the excuse of the way the offense has performed in 2 games with backup quarterbacks. So they've got the built-in excuse or reason, and I would understand that. And they would actually be making it a better playoff, I believe, leaving Florida State out, but I don't think that they should do that.
okay, sure. No, I was just wondering stuff like that, just getting you taking stuff. But no, I mean, like I never even got a chance to see the big. I mean, I was just following on my phone and stuff like that, and it's just like it looked like he bang. I mean, Texas was just doing it way, and I thought therefore when 17-7 Bama at halftime, they was actually going to try to pull away, but as they said before, the team makes the first mistake, going to cost them in the missed field goal cost Georgia on the back-to-back on the false start penalty. Pushed it back 5 extra yards, and we seen what happened on the field goal.
Yeah, they missed a field goal. They also fumbled at their own 10-yard line. That didn't help. They also couldn't stop Bama in the final 3 minutes from gaining a first down to run out the clock.
No, they couldn't. Got to give Milroe. Do you think this was his best game of the year? Or you
Well,
still
he's had
think
some really good
LSU
ones. He's played great for about 8 weeks.
game?
I don't think this was his, well, considering the pressure and the opponent, you could make that argument. Yes, it wasn't statistically his best game.
Now, statistically, it was the LSU game. But as far as like what his play options were and stuff like that, his throws and stuff like that, and how he had the timely throws and stuff, and then how he had a that 30-yard run after Georgia cut it to 3, that pretty much sealed the win for Bama there.
Yes, it did.
All right, so you'll be on around what 11:30 tomorrow, or how?
Yeah, we'll be jumping on here before noon. I don't know at what point they're going to make their playoff reveal, so we may jump on right at noon because we can only sit and wait for so long. But we will be on here right around noon Eastern.
All right. As far as with Iowa, where do you see them going for their bowl game? And do you think Ohio State goes to the Orange or to the Fiesta Bowl?
Well, based on what I've heard, Ohio State or whomever lost the Ohio State-Michigan game was going to go to the Orange Bowl.
Okay.
And play this Louisville team or play Florida State, I guess. If Florida State misses the playoffs, they'll play Florida State there. They'll play that ACC team that doesn't make the playoffs. And Iowa, I haven't gone through bowl matchups. I don't know. I guess they would. I don't remember. I used to have memorized every bowl tie-in with every conference. I no longer do that, but I believe the Citrus Bowl would be the next one in line for them.
Yeah, and not only was he shut out tonight, Brian Ferentz also drew himself a 15-yard penalty too.
Yes, he blew up at the one call, and I understand that. I totally get that. It was ruled a pass on the field, and by the letter of the law of the rule book, you could definitely see that. I don't know why that got reversed. I do believe it was a fumble, but it was not called a fumble on the field.
No, I'm just like I'm wondering why they would actually do it. Like blew it. Now, because if it was the NFL, they would have stuck with it on the call would have stuck. It would have been an incomplete pass. But it's not the NFL. All right, sir. You got several people behind you. Thanks for taking my call. Have a good one.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Have a good one. All right, let's bring in Matthew Miller. Matthew hosts our Bleeding Burnt Orange Wednesday night, 7:30 Eastern time, and the Texas Post game as well. Matthew, what's going on tonight?
Pretty good, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm good.
I think you're in for a very long night, my friend, and probably a early morning. But I don't know what to feel because I said it the post game show. This is like I got pretty emotional after the game because it's the third time in my lifetime I've seen Texas win a game like that. Obviously, that meant that much, and 2 of them that I remember very well. So it's it was just really nice to see. I mean, I know what's going to happen. Let's just put it this way. If they did win the national championship, I would be breaking down on your channel crying. So that will happen for anyone that wants to subscribe to watch a grown man cry about a football
Yes.
team. But it I think we're in, but I don't know. It's very interesting. This whole situation's interesting, and I do agree with you. I think it should be simple. It really should be. If the results on the field matter, which is why you play the football games, it should be Michigan, Washington, Florida State, and Texas. That's what it should be.
Mhm.
Now, do I agree for a more entertaining product, kick Florida State out? Yes. But again, this isn't the WWE. That's not why we do this. We play this to get the teams that deserve to be in the tournament, and that's what we should do. I've been pretty just straight across the board. I thought the best resumes combined with the best record should be in, and we're here now, and that's what I think it should be. I know the SEC is going to disagree with that, and I know they've been the best conferences year in, year out, but the gap did close this year. I still think they're the best, but that's the way I think it should be. I just want your opinion on that as well.
Well, yeah, the gap did close based on the results. Bama had an opportunity against Texas. The rest of the league would have looked better had there been outcomes like Texas A&M beat Miami, but they didn't. They lost, and LSU lost to Florida State. And really the 3 or 4 biggest marquee matchups in the SEC went against the SEC. They didn't play well in September in the biggest marquee games. Now, there's only a few, so we don't have a big caseload to evaluate. Unfortunately, not a lot of data points, and Georgia didn't play Oklahoma because of the conference expansion, so that game went away, and Georgia didn't have that kind of non-conference game for us to, or for them to hang their hat on. Or we'd have, if this was last year and they had the Oregon game, if they had the Oregon 49-3 game right now, and then lost Alabama in the SEC championship game under this exact scenario, well, then we've got a completely different look at Georgia. But other conferences have missed the playoffs, SEC fans. It has happened to everyone. Everyone else has missed the playoffs at some point. So I can't tell you.
A really good TCU team when Ohio State won it that I still consider, I think that was the second best team that year. Skull dragged a pretty good Ole Miss team in that Sugar Bowl, and they missed out, and they were ranked ahead of people that week, Ohio State, obviously, before they beat Wisconsin. So, I mean, yeah, stuff like that does happen. I think someone put in the chat, I don't know if this is true, that the Vegas odds have flipped to where Texas and Alabama are favored over Florida State. And then combined with what Darrell said, where Heather Dinich, and it was true, I looked it up on Twitter, tweeted out, that's the top 6. I think Florida State's going to get left out. I really do. I think what they're going to say is, with the new season that Florida State has done over the last 2 weeks, this is their team currently, they haven't looked like one of the 4 best teams in the country.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think, honestly, if that does happen, it's going to suck. Like I said, I think the results on the field matter the most. And there are still people making the argument that Alabama and Florida State should be in over Texas, which to me makes no sense. Because if you do that, there will be no good out-of-conference games ever in college football. Texas right now, if that happens, should get out on the phone and call Michigan and say, we are no longer playing you next year. Because it makes no sense. Like, why schedule that game? And I do agree, the product would definitely be better. It would definitely be I don't think there's no question about it. I think it would be the best for Final Four we've had in the sport yet. Michigan, Washington, Alabama, Texas. I think you're going to get 2 really good matchups. I don't think either of those games will be blowouts. So, I mean, if that's what they want, that's what they'll do. It's just going to be very interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. I would say I'm way less nervous than I was, though, because there were other scenarios that if they would have played out, I'd be very nervous. I think we're going to be in. Do you see a scenario where Texas is not in, I guess?
That would be the scenario in which they would take Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, that would that would light up a couple fan bases. Like if you eliminate Florida State, you're just doing one. You're going to light up 2 if you do that.
Because if you're going to take Alabama, see, the Florida State situation, and if they snub Florida State, then that opens up that they don't have to deal with Alabama and Texas anymore. They just select both of them.
Yeah.
And again, yeah, Georgia just does not have the out of conference win. But that was a close SEC championship game. And there will be people in that room. I guarantee that. That's what would be fascinating to hear. There will be people in that room arguing that Georgia should be in the playoff. All the playoff comparisons I saw one on ESPN. I saw one on Fox that, they showed resume across the board, and it was a comparison between Texas, Georgia, and Florida State, both of them.
Yeah, it depends. I don't know what, like I said, they changed their criteria for different teams, so I don't know what they're going to do. I know I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I brought it up to you, and you agreed, like Tennessee being ranked, that could play a factor. And that's what scares me. You ranked a god-awful, they're not god-awful, but they're not a top 25 team.
No.
And you rank them, and that could play a factor. That realistically could play a factor in whether Alabama or Georgia both make it, or Alabama gets in over Florida State, because they could be like, well, this team has one or two more ranked wins than this team, whereas you're counting Tennessee in that.
How is Georgia's resume better than Ohio State's resume? Now, if Georgia would make the playoff, I'd be here throwing a fit, because I don't think Ohio State should be selected. I do not think that they should be selected, but that would be the one comparison I would be able to make to say, okay, this is a sham, because I think Ohio State's got a better resume. They get a better loss.
I think, honestly, the resumes are like dead even. If you're looking at them, to me, they're dead even, which still, that means you should still be angry, because that doesn't make any sense. Like, if you're gonna put Georgia in, then you got to put Ohio State in, and then you got to put Alabama in. Like, it just doesn't make sense. The logical thing to do is reward the results on the field, put them in as there, and guess what? Let the SEC be angry, but you should have played better in your out of conference games. That's what should have happened, and you probably would have been in, but you didn't. And the results have to matter. Like, Texas went into your house, beat you by 10 points. You have to put them in over you.
So yeah, I just think it's basically, I know you don't want to think that you're safe, because who knows, something crazy could happen, but Michigan, Washington, Texas, and then I think it's more of an Alabama, Florida State conversation that they're having. At least I hope so, because the Texas Bama thing, again, people can have all sorts of opinions. Again, my opinion about Ohio State flies in the face of the result against Michigan. So I get that teams do lose that you could consider to be better teams. So if for anybody out there that thinks Alabama is better than Texas, I have no issue with that. But what we think versus what we should decide for playoffs need to come back to the results.
100%. Because, Mark, guess what? About 2 days ago, 2 days ago, basically now, we learned that doesn't mean anything, because Washington beat Oregon when everyone, including Vegas, 9.5 points. Guess what? They were wrong again. Washington beat them again.
Matthew, you know how many people after I stated that about Ohio State and Michigan just called me, that's asinine, you're a moron, you're an idiot, and I got all the comments. Well, these are the same Michigan fans that said after they lost to TCU last year that they were still better than TCU. So
yeah, and they have you have a valid argument, and they have a valid argument. But
exactly.
The thing is, you have to. Why we play this game is to reward the results on the field. That's why we play it. And
if it came down to Alabama and Tennessee last year, they were both 10-2. Most people thought Alabama was better, but they lost to Tennessee. We could go on and on and on. And yeah, that Washington Oregon situation, perfect example of that. Everything Oregon's done since they left Seattle points to them being a better team than Washington, and Vegas said you're 9.5 points better. That's a spread that you see.
For example, Texas was only 14.5, so it's only a 5-point difference, they thought, between those two games. That's what they thought. That's not that much.
And Texas ran Oklahoma State out of the building. No comparison between the two teams.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They do get it wrong. And actually, I think I'll have to look in this, because now I'm curious, because thinking back in my head, I think Vegas, like when Alabama played Texas, like matchups like that, I don't think they performed very well this year on those, now that I'm thinking about it, because you had Oregon and Washington. I think Oregon was favored, or the spread, Washington covered in both those games, or I think broke even in the first game. And then Texas obviously beat Alabama. I'll have to look into that because now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think they did very well. And I think that's because, honestly, there's like legitimately, if Florida State had Jordan Travis, I think there's probably 6 or 7 teams that could win the national championship. But I wish, can they do that? Can they just say tomorrow, hey, we're expanding this to 6 teams this year? Honestly, they could do that because you saw what happened during COVID. They were able to just go like this, this, and this. You could easily get that done. Easily.
Oh, yes.
So and that would be the best thing for the sport. Imagine tomorrow they said, yeah, we've decided to expand to 6 teams. There'd be no arguments. It'd be awesome.
You got 2 undefeated teams. Well, no, you got 3 undefeated teams. I was going to say, in terms of the buys, there you would have
still do that, and I don't think
controversy.
anyone would get angry. Just
Well,
say
Florida State would, but
yeah, but guess what? At least you got in. It's better than getting left out. So, yeah, that's all I got for you today, Mark. Today was a good day to be a Longhorn. I'll be back here Wednesday to talk about it no matter what. Hopefully we're in the playoff, and I can break down a playoff game, Mark. I can break down a playoff game. Oh, that's going to be awesome. So, yeah, guys, be here Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah, no problem.
Cross your fingers. Try to get some sleep tonight.
I will. Hook them.
All right. We're going to get everyone on board here. Wednesday night, 7:30 Eastern, Bleeding Burnt Orange. It's right here. We're going to get everyone. We're going to go on some kind of big campaign, some big promotional campaign. All right. Before I take the next call, we are going to take some super chats in. James. I almost misread that. James. Why should Florida State beat out Bama at 4, Mark, Texas at 3? Why should Florida State beat out Bama at 4, Mark, Texas at 3? It's called a record. It's called wins and losses. It's called not leaving out the team that went undefeated. Again, separate who do you think are the best teams versus who earned the spots. And I understand it. If you want to make an argument for Bama and for Georgia, let's say, I can make the same argument for Ohio State being in the playoff, and nobody's talking about them, and rightfully so. That's fine. But I can make that argument very easily. So, yes, but the committee, since day one back in 2014, because of what happened with the Ohio State quarterback situation, there is a stipulation that's been brought up many times, hasn't been applied very often because it has not had to be, about player injury and whether they believe that adversely affected a team. So, yes, there are always differences between what you think should happen and what should happen based on the framework and the structure of the system. So those are 2 different things. But if you're asking me, Mark, who are the 4 best teams in the country? My first answer actually would be, I don't know. And you don't know. That would be the first answer. You have no idea who the 4 best teams in the country are. I don't either. We don't know. So any moron who thinks that they know the 4 best teams in the country for sure, they're a fool. Who do I think are the 4 best teams in the country? I've said this a million times. So you've heard who I believe are the 4 best teams in the country, and then I would put Texas right there. I don't think Washington's one of the 4 best teams in the country. What are we going to leave them out of the playoff? We're going to leave them out too. Leave them out. They haven't played well. If they played any better than Florida State has, Washington? No. Do they get a spot based on their scintillating performances against Stanford and Arizona State and Oregon State? Washington has had the worst run of games than any of these teams by far. They have been the most vulnerable looking team by far. And then if your counter to that would be, well, they closed well. They won the conference championship. They looked good against Oregon last night. Absolutely, they did. They looked better last night than they did when they beat Oregon in Seattle. And I highlighted that, and I basically outlined that exactly how they did, why they did. But this was stated today as well, and this came straight from the committee, that they don't consider it a buildup to the conclusion of the season. All the data points are the same. So what Washington did last night should be very important, but it shouldn't mean anything more than all their other data points. Washington against Arizona State and Stanford and Oregon State. Yikes. All right, James coming back with this. Michigan number 1, Washington 2, Texas 3, Bama 4. Done. Okay, that's your final 4. And that may be the final 4. And if that's the final 4, I will be here saying, well, this is what the committee does that's a bit aggravating, is they don't go to either extreme. We have this argument about the 4 most deserving. I hate that word. It's basically the 4 that earned the spots. Other end of the spectrum, 4 best, whatever that means. Like Joel Klatt said tonight, and as soon as he said it, I was like, Joel, I say that every day. I say that on here every day. Nobody knows the 4 best. I don't even know what that means. But they don't do either one of those. They do a mixture of those. Theirs is like a mixture. So really, they just choose whoever they want. And obviously there has to be validation for it. They can't just pluck 8-4 Clemson and say you're making the playoff. There has to be validation for it. But they select whatever they want. So James, that's great. In your little world, you've got that. That's tremendous. And that might be the 4. Done. Okay. But those people that actually make that selection, they have to justify it. They can't just say 1, 2, 3, 4, done. The 3X on, you have a lot of letters and numbers there. This chat is going by so fast. I don't know how you keep up. Love your content. Well, thank you so much for that. And you're a Michigan State fan. Have not seen a Michigan State fan for quite some time, so thank you for being here. I have Michigan number 1, Washington 2, Texas 3, Alabama 4. What's yours? Go green, go white, go Spartans. And you got yourself a heck of a football coach for next season in Jonathan Smith. That was well done. That was well done by Sparty. Got rid of Mel Tucker. He's gone. Don't know if it's going to cost you a heap load of money or you're going to get off on that one. That's one's going to be in court for quite some time. But Jonathan Smith, great hire there. So I've given my 4. Again, the committee comes up with like a mix. If you're going to ask me which 4 earned it, Michigan, Washington, Texas, Florida State. Actually, Florida State, Texas, if you want me to give them in order. Those are the 4 that earned it. Okay? The 4 best teams in the country are Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, Ohio State in some order. Probably Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State. Okay. All right. Then we got Texas fight 210. Texas beat Bama so bad, it made Saban question if Milroe was the guy and made the media think Bama was down this year. Well, those people haven't watched much football or they've not been paying attention. If we could rewind to our show after Texas beat Bama that night, I should go back and look at that show. Because I was here going, calm down, everybody, calm down. Bama's still going to be contending for a national championship. Calm down. Hang on. And here they are. Mike 3883, the SEC is getting a team in. Texas. There you go. That's right. They might as well just officially be there now. S. Hobson. I love the post game at the Big 12 with Brett Yormark getting booed. Michigan, Washington, Florida State, Texas, or it is rigged. Yeah, those are the 4 that earned it. Good point there, S. Hobson. D2K2. And before I get to this comment, again, if we want to go with this 4 best business, I'm okay with that. But then we should have done that in 2015, Ohio State. We should have done that a few other times. Cincinnati should not have been in the playoff. Why was Cincinnati in the playoff if we're going with the 4 best? They weren't one of the 4 best teams in the country. Why was TCU in the playoff last year? If we're going with the 4 best, why were they there? Why are we suddenly changing? D2K2, thanks for the 5 spot. Why would the committee rank Florida State at 4 on Tuesday and turn around and drop them after a top 15 win? Well, let's think about this. Well, Alabama then had a number 1 win. So that's part of it right there. And then nobody else. So that would simply be, Texas. So a good point about Florida State and making that comparison with Texas. So Texas behind Florida State. What was it before this weekend? It was Florida State 4, Oregon 5, Ohio State 6, Texas 7, Bama 8. So Texas blows out by 4 touchdowns Oklahoma State, who was number 18. Florida State gets by, struggles, but still wins by 2 scores against a Louisville team that 14. So that's a stretch. Actually, if you're just looking at solely at rankings, converting rankings, applying the results, and then going to the conclusion, that's actually a stretch to lift Texas past Florida State from 7 to 4 based on beating number 18 in the country, even though they whipped them. So they whipped them by 28. Florida State won by 10. It's not that. If you watch the games, you could see, Texas looked great. They got a few gifts, but they looked great. That's the point in there. And then I can very much more so get on board with Bama from a ranking standpoint, being at number 8, jumping number 4 because they beat number 1. And if Georgia was clearly what we believed was number 1, I can get behind that. All right, James, thank you for coming back with this one. James says Michigan would have blown out Ohio State if JJ was healthy. Yeah, I'm sure it would have been like 52-3. Absolutely. No question about that. Terrence, I think Florida State should be in because they won all their games. If it was Georgia, Alabama, or Clemson, there would be no debate. You are correct. Thank you, Terrence. Appreciate that. You are definitely correct. Sean's coming up here. Sean, welcome in to the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you being here, man.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
I'm good.
All right. This is the most suspenseful playoff reveal since when?
Since ever, because there are more factors. There are more teams involved, more ways they could go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got 2 teams in for sure, right? And
yes,
and the rest I don't know. I mean, so it's a fun debate to have. I just wish we had a different process to get this done. I don't like this committee format.
What's your process?
Oh, my process is I would honestly have some sort of just like completely objective system.
Oh, I would too.
It might like okay, you just have a smattering of a bunch of different ratings indexes, and hey, these are the 4 teams that did the best this year, and they get to go. That's how I would do it.
Before you do that, you would have to test them out, though.
Oh, well, of course
to make sure that there's not some. Well, we went through the BCS era, and the BCS spit out stuff like Nebraska's number 2 in 2001, and Oklahoma loses a Big 12 championship game by 4 touchdowns and makes the BCS championship game. So the BCS was
factoring, but they're factoring in. They're factoring in everything that happened, and they're not super sensitive to the most recent results, which is basically anytime you introduce human element to that, they're going to be very sensitive to the
absolutely, and there's going to be a recency bias. I know that because when I post my rankings every week, everyone focuses on, well, why what happened last week, so you got this wrong. Mm-hmm. That's what they focus on. Yeah.
So I mean, it's but I mean, it really doesn't seem like there's enough of a rubric, like you said. The committee seems to like apply whatever methodology they feel like from year to year, and it's completely capricious. It's not. There's not a real consistency to what they're doing with these. I mean, like you can make an argument. Like you can make an argument for however you want to slot those final 2 spots in the playoff. I mean, you can make a reasonable argument for Texas, Florida State, or Alabama. I mean, if you're going beyond that, then yeah, I mean, you're lawyering pretty hard.
If you wanted to burden me with Georgia and Ohio State, not for both of them getting in, but for one of them getting in, I could make a case.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You could definitely make a case. I mean, both of them have one loss, and the team they lost to is going to be in the playoffs. So it's well, actually, I mean, we don't know that exactly about Alabama yet, but that gets me to my second point here. I mean, the thing I'm not, if Texas and Bama are left out, I mean, this just goes to show you just like scheduling tough non-conference games are just foolish. They're just not. It's just if Alabama played North Texas instead of Texas, there'd be no discussion right now. They would absolutely be in.
Sure.
And Texas went on the road, pulled off a huge win, one of the best wins in the country all year. And if they don't get in, they might as well have played, Alabama A&M that week. It's, I mean, this inflow. I mean,
and actually, you're bringing up a good point concerning Florida State. Florida State scheduled LSU, and they won the game.
They did,
and they might get left out of the playoffs as an undefeated team that beat LSU.
Yeah, but LSU, I mean, certainly LSU right now is not the quality of win that Alabama is.
No, but still, it's a top 15 win, and that's it's one of the 5 best wins in the country.
Right,
out of conference.
It is too, but Florida State, that's by far their best win. It is not even close.
I'd put Clemson very close to that win.
Clemson's not in the top 25 in the playoffs.
Well, I could care less about the top 25. That's a joke. The top 25 is voted on by a bunch of morons. Some very capable people, but also morons.
Well, the playoff rankings, you think are?
Well, Clemson's in the playoff rankings.
Well, they are.
Yeah, they're like 21.
Oh, I did say, yeah, they're 23.
And they're only one loss greater than LSU. So anyway, and that was an overtime game, etc. My point being that everything that's talked about with Texas and Bama and why schedule difficult non-conference games, you're hitting it on the nail on the head. But in addition to that is Florida State. They will get stricken from the playoffs, and they actually not only went out and scheduled a game like that, unlike Michigan, unlike Georgia, but they won it, and they still got left out of the playoffs. So why schedule that game?
But also, I mean, their main claim is that we won all our games right now, right? Like that's what they're
seems like the best claim to me.
Well, I mean,
as long as your schedule's legitimate, they're not Liberty.
Their schedule really wasn't legitimate, though. They played very few capable opponents the whole season. The ACC was very, very bad this year. I mean, this is like historic how bad this league.
Well, no, it's not historic.
Oh, it's pretty
Believe
bad.
me, it's not historic.
Did you watch that Louisville team that was playing for the championship tonight?
I understand that.
I mean, that is
let's understand. Let's also understand that there could have been 5 or 6 other ACC teams that are generally just about as good as Louisville. They could have been playing in that game.
Yeah, but they're not any better. It's
no, I've seen the Pac-12 be much worse. There was a year that the Pac-12 was 2-19 against the other conferences. So just a few years ago.
And in my mind, sometimes close wins are the same as losses. So Florida State beat Boston College, a horrendous Boston College. I know they're 6-6, but they're awful. They are terrible.
Yeah, they're awful like Auburn. Are they awful like Auburn?
No, Auburn.
That lost to New Mexico State. That Bama needed a miracle to beat. See, we can play this.
They beat Holy Cross by 3. I mean, Holy Cross is not New Mexico.
Auburn lost to New Mexico State by 3 touchdowns.
New Mexico State was in a conference championship game today.
A conference championship. We know what those are worth.
But
it was Toledo that lost to Illinois.
But Boston, Boston.
I get your point, Sean. I'm just accentuating how these can be argued.
Of course.
And that's one of the reasons why I bring up Ohio State, and I'm sure there's a zillion people that don't want me to bring up Ohio State because they're not supposed to be in the conversation. They're the only team, and Michigan, that did not struggle against a bad team all season.
So
Texas,
you
Texas did multiple times. You talk about bad performances.
They struggled against
Houston, TCU. Kansas State's a good team, so I'm not going to go crazy.
Maryland is not. That's not a bad team. It's
well, they won by 3 touchdowns.
Michigan didn't. Michigan won by 1 touchdown.
Well, yeah, but that was a 7-5 bowl team. I'm talking about TCU's 5-7. They took Texas to the wire. Houston's awful. Houston's 4-8, and I didn't watch the end of that game. I should go back and watch the end of that. People say that Houston got completely ripped off by the officials. They were inside the 10-yard line to win the game.
Yeah. You grant any grace to the fact that during most of those tight games, Texas didn't have their starting quarterback playing?
During a couple of them they did. It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that certainly. Yeah. But they also did with Quinn Ewers on the field. Yeah.
And
again, Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see how it shakes out. I think they will leave FSU out here, just given the health situation, given what we've seen, how we've seen them perform the last couple of weeks, and we know that that's going to be the team that goes to the playoffs.
Yeah, they probably will.
They scrape by a bad Florida team.
If they're going to do that, I don't know why they didn't do that to TCU last year. And they would have had more justification to say, you know what? You lost a game. You lost your conference championship game. You're done.
But who would you have put? Like last year, we had a scarcity.
Alabama.
Last year,
Alabama or Tennessee.
But last year there was a scarcity of choices, and that's how Ohio State got in.
Alabama or Tennessee.
Ohio State has almost the exact situation they had last year.
Why is selecting?
They went 11-1. Did not win their division. We're sitting home conference championship weekend. They got in and going.
They actually have a better resume this year than they did last year.
Yeah,
they played close on the road against Michigan. And they didn't have any close games against bad teams or anything.
Right. And last year they lost by 3 touchdowns at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Against Michigan.
Yeah.
And got in. It's just
a better team
this year. It's just different. It's going to be
different circumstances, certainly. But last year, if you're going to do that to Florida State this year, why didn't you do it to TCU last year and put Bama in the playoff and say, you know what? They play in a better conference, better schedule. They're 10-2. Boom, we're putting them in instead of TCU. This is why it's so freaking random. Why didn't they do that to Cincinnati? You play a crap. That would have been the easiest one to do. You play nobody.
It would have been the hardest one to do, though, because the number 5 team in that year, they played on the road and beat by 2 touchdowns.
That's one game. So the resume's awful. They're playing a 100th in the nation strength of schedule. They played one game. Yes, I'll credit them with one win. But you had Baylor, you had Ole Miss, you had Ohio State. You'd especially had Baylor 11-2 with a conference championship. Put them in. If you're going to do this to Florida State, why didn't you do this all these other times?
Yeah, I mean, well, one, I think it might be they just want to put a pretty good product on the field, and the FSU team, at least what we're looking at right now, that's not a team that's competing with these top few teams in the country.
Again, the same thing that has been said about TCU and Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think
they could have done that in 2015 and said, Michigan State, you're staying home. Sorry. You lost to 5-7 Nebraska, and you needed Michigan to pull one of the most boneheaded plays in the history of college football to basically hand you a win.
Right.
You're out. And you needed a goal line stand against Iowa to win the Big Ten championship. You're out.
But Iowa, in fairness, Iowa was undefeated.
And they had a horrific schedule too.
That was a quality win.
Yeah, it was a quality win, but Iowa also lost by 30 points in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah,
because they weren't that good either. You have led me into a video that I'm creating tomorrow when Florida State gets left out, because I'm not going to have an issue with that. But why didn't you do this all these other years? That will be my point.
Absolutely. Okay. Apparently, there's a lot of people back here. So I'm going to just make a couple quick points here and move on. I didn't watch any of the Big Ten championship game because I value my brain cells and I don't unnecessarily subject myself to pain and torture. But I saw a few things from this stat line just jumped out to me. Michigan had only 213 yards of total offense.
Yep.
In this game. JJ McCarthy, this is one of the weirdest lines I've ever seen. He went 22 of 30 and averaged under 5 yards an attempt. Like, that just does not even make sense to me at all. I mean, was he throwing like screen passes the whole game?
No, he wasn't. I'm sure he threw some. It was number one that they didn't pop any big plays, none, zero. He threw a lot of nice little out routes for 11, 12 yards, 9 yards, those kind of deals, and got into a decent rhythm. But yeah, that Iowa defense is impressive.
I mean,
they're really good. They couldn't run the ball. Michigan couldn't run the ball.
Yeah, they're 34 for 66. I mean, I projected that Michigan was going to do as little as they possibly could and just escape with whatever win they, with a 20-point win, whatever. And Iowa, I guess, fumbled the ball, lost 3 fumbles.
Yeah, well, this was the backbreaker, Sean. It was 10-0 Michigan. Iowa had the ball at their own 10-yard line, and Sandra Still backsided Deacon Hill, and they ruled it a pass. He was, cocking his arm ready to throw, and he was in the process of throwing. They called it a pass on the field, but then they reviewed it, and it's very close, as you can imagine. They reviewed it and reversed it to a fumble, and even called, since Michigan had clear fumble recovery, that Michigan got the ball. So, boom, they get the ball at like the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
Runs it in for a touchdown at 17-zip.
Yeah. They had 2 touchdown drives in this game, one of 5 yards and one of 6.
Yeah. They had a punt return for 87 yards to set up the other. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, the one thing I don't like about this Michigan team, I don't think it's anywhere. It might not be good enough for them to be a championship quality team. I don't think their passing offense is dynamic.
No, it's not.
It is. I mean, like, their receivers are. I mean, they're not good at all. Roman Wilson's okay. Cornelius and everyone else is kind of a bum. Colson Loveland is a really good tight. The tight ends are good, but I mean, if that's the strength of your passing game, it's a problem.
That's kind of how I came away from today's action. And then watching Texas and thinking, man, they've got a really stout rush defense. And if they play Michigan,
there are some matchups that really present some problems for them. I thought they matched up pretty well with Ohio State because I felt like that's one of the weaknesses of the defense are the things that Michigan likes to do real well. And against Bama or Texas, I think they have some problems there. If they play Washington, I think they'll have a lot of success because Washington's kind of soft in the middle there. So that's my Final Four has been the same as a lot of people. I think it's going to be Michigan, Washington, Texas, Bama, and that's. But I mean, I'll be so. If tomorrow, if you love seeing grown men cry, just get on Twitter tomorrow after the selection. I'm sure there will be tons and tons of it. So very, very exciting day coming up tomorrow. So thanks for taking my my call, Mark.
Of course, Sean. Appreciate it. Have a good night. All right, back to the chat, folks. Appreciate you being here. We've got Roddy chiming in. Thank you so much for the contribution, Roddy. Appreciate that. We've got Mango King. Florida State should not even be in the top 10 with the cupcake schedule in which they played. Strength of schedule is ranked below 40, while Texas had their number 15 and Bama number 2. Anyone can be undefeated that way. That way, no spaces. Yeah, well, we've got all sorts of examples of playoff teams that have one loss that had schedules that were just about as bad as Florida State's. I don't know that they had a cupcake schedule. They played Clemson, Florida State, Duke, Louisville. Wasn't a great schedule, but they played how many bowl teams? They played, I'm not going to go through it off the top of my head, but yes, cupcake schedule, I won't go quite that far, but yeah, the ACC is not great. All right, then we got Mike 3883. What do Arkansas, Auburn, USF have in common? What do they have in common? Yes, what do they have in common? They all played Alabama just about as well as Georgia did at various times this year. You know, all this could have been cleaned up by Auburn actually providing like a picket fence at the goal line. If they line up like 6 defenders at the goal line, you know, nobody's going to run the ball past them for a touchdown. If Jalen Milroe just would have taken off and tried to run for the touchdown, then they could have converged on him. If they would have thrown a pass underneath, then again, they would add all these defenders that could have converged on the ball carrier. It was all about just, can they throw the ball over our head? Why be running around all over the place chasing guys? They could have lined up 6 at the goal line. I don't know. And had that happened, a lot of things could have happened to knock these teams out of the playoffs. Washington had all sorts of close calls, and so did Texas. All right, next up. Well, let's get, we've got more super chats. Let's go to Thunder Pup. Alabama win over Georgia just made Texas's win over Bama in Tuscaloosa even more significant. Yeah, you can look at it that way as well. That even improves Texas's strength of schedule by extension based on the way strength of schedule works. That improved Texas's strength of schedule. You've got amateur overlord. The ACC had a winning record against the SEC in the Big Ten. What are we talking about? Just bad. Okay. This is what we're talking about. So you've got to seed the teams before you just say this conference had this record against this conference. You got to seed the teams. So I believe off the top of my head that the ACC was 5-4 against the SEC. Okay. We could go through all the games, yada, 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 but we've got to seed the teams. And amateur overlord, just stay put. As soon as we get to the off season, we put all of that in perspective. We rank all the games. We seed all the teams. We rank the wins. We just don't say, okay, well, the ACC went 5-11 against the other Power 5 conferences. They suck. No, you got to seed the teams and look at how fair the competition was. Florida State beat LSU. Well, LSU's like the 5 seed, probably the 4 seed, right? They'd be the 5 seed in the SEC. And so that was Florida State's big win over LSU. That was a 1 versus 5. And again, the ACC winning record against the SEC at 5-4. Against the Big Ten, let's see. Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan State, Maryland beat Virginia. That's 1-0 for the Big Ten. Rutgers beat Virginia Tech. That's 2-0 for the Big Ten. Indiana lost to Louisville. That's 2-1. Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota lost to North Carolina. That's 2-2. Duke beat Northwestern. That's 3-2 for the ACC. Illinois didn't play anyone. Purdue lost to Syracuse. Where was I? 2-4. And Purdue beat Virginia Tech. That's what, 3-4? So yeah, that doesn't prove everything. That's great. Those are 7 games we can look at. But North Carolina and Minnesota, well, that's not a fair assessment of the 2 conferences. Minnesota went 3-6 in the Big Ten. North Carolina was not a 3-6 team in the ACC. So that's just not a fair, equitable comparison. The other ones, Syracuse was a much higher ranked team, yes, in the ACC than Purdue. You know, you're talking about Purdue being 4-8, playing 6-6 teams, Syracuse and Virginia Tech. So we could go on and on with this. And on the flip side, Maryland 7-5. They defeated Virginia. So, but Louisville and Indiana, Louisville was in the ACC championship game. Think about this one there, amateur overlord. Louisville was in the ACC championship game. They had to put on a goal line stand on 4th and goal at the goal line to beat Indiana. So there's more to it than just winning record. Allen, other conference champions have been left out. Let the SEC suck it up. Exactly. This has happened to everyone. So that's the way it goes. But it probably won't go that way because Florida State will probably get the snub. Devontae Swirl, do you think SMU will make it in the rankings and jump Liberty, even though Liberty is undefeated? I believe that they should, yes. There is no compare. Liberty, this drives me nuts. There is such a difference between Group of 5 and Power 5. It's not anywhere close to being debatable in any way. We all know that. But it's even further than what the rankings would indicate. The Power 5 win 85 to 90% every year against the Group of 5. On top of that, think about this. The teams that went to Group of 5 championship games, the very best of the Group of 5, you know what they were against the Power 5 this year? 2-11. Okay, how does that apply? SMU lost 2 games this year. They lost to TCU and Oklahoma in pretty reasonably competitive games. So if SMU played Liberty's schedule, they would have wasted that schedule. Yes, SMU needs to represent the Group of 5. Otherwise, we're given a spot to a team that played the very worst schedule in college football. There's this mindset that if you're a lousy Group of 5 team, I'm not talking about a top Group of 5 team. You're some lousy Group of 5 team like Liberty. I'm not knocking Liberty down. They did what they had to do. So I'm not knocking the athletes, but let's face it, their schedule's crap. It's rubbish. That at some point you just have to start to rank them. They get to 6-0, 7-0, 8-0. Oh, it just pops in the minds of the voters this week. Oh, they're 8-0 now. We'll start to rank them. Even when you look back, what was that 8th win? They beat some other, like one of the worst teams in the country by 13 points or something. So we just suddenly rank them out of nowhere just because they meet some magical win total. No, they could win 30 games in a row against the worst teams in the country. What does that prove? They should not be ranked. They shouldn't even be close. Liberty's not one of the top 50 teams in the country. SMU should be in the New Year's Six. Roddy, Michigan 213 yards tonight. Florida State 219 yards tonight. Good stat right there. Michigan did that against a better defense. Louisville's got a pretty good defense, but of course, Florida State did not have a quarterback or a second string quarterback. First career start for Brock Glenn. That should be taken into consideration. Is Tate Rodemaker going to make it back? Mike, thank you for the contribution as well, sir. If Florida State was wearing Alabama uniforms tonight, everyone would be talking about how epic that performance was. You know what? You're exaggerating, but there is some truth to that, because Alabama had this epic comeback and miracle finish against Auburn. Auburn's not a good football team. I know it's a rivalry. Everybody points to rivals like, oh, you can never blow out a rival. It becomes excusable that you play like crap against a rival. Well, there are blowout games and rivalries all the time. When the teams are that good and they're playing crappy rivals, they kill them. Most of the time. I'm speaking in generalities. All right, let's go to Jeffrey's on the line.
Hey, Mark, definitely, we talked about it last night. What I wanted to happen, the results to happen to make this very interesting, and it did. The results happened the way that I was hoping they would, so we would have this debate. But first things first, I do want to say a couple of things. Number one, I forgot last night to mention about you talked about your eyes not feeling well. I hope you feel better on that. I forgot to mention that.
No,
it
much
sucks.
better. Much better.
Awesome. I'm glad that they are definitely feeling better. And also, there's over 1,000 people in here. This should happen on a more regular basis at the Voice of College Football.
Thank you,
It only
sir.
happens when it matters in the college football playoffs. Like, is it not going to happen anymore once it's a 12-team playoff and the interest wanes because all these teams are going to be in? I mean, just because we have all this debate, there's over 1,000 people. I just had to throw that in there.
We're going to be arguing about Louisville and Penn State.
No one cares.
Kansas State being 12 and 11. Yeah.
It's not going to be as fun. I'm like, just cherish this moment in time, this very small moment in time, where you've got the 14 playoff and all these great teams that deserve to be in at the same time. And the last thing before we get to the matter at hand, I heard you say earlier, Mark, that Oklahoma State is a worse football team than Iowa. I heard you say that.
Oh, yeah.
How much worse are they in your opinion?
Well, not much. They're comparable. We could have a debate all night about those two. They're close, but I would take Iowa to win a game against Oklahoma State.
I get that, but I mean, Oklahoma State to beat Oklahoma, that's a big win. I know it's a rivalry game, but they lost to UCF 45-3. I get that as well. I don't know. It's interesting, but yeah, now you got the Alabama and you've got Texas. To me, and I know that everybody disagrees with me because I just talked about this for like 12 minutes with somebody. I believe Florida State should be in the college football playoff. I do, because like you said, Mark, based off of every other instance where you could have used the logic that this team does not deserve to be in, if you're going to do it every single time, you cannot not do it now. If you don't do it now, then you are, I don't like using the word because it sounds rude, but a hypocrite. You were basically being a hypocrite because you're not going off the rules that you've established for the last decade of doing this. Florida State should be in. It shouldn't be debated at all. I don't even think Florida State was one of the four best teams with Travis. I'll just go out and say that. I don't think that they were, and I definitely don't think that they are now. They're probably not even top 20 right now. Their defense is. Their offense is terrible. Sounds like Iowa. Iowa's not in the top 20. So Florida State doesn't deserve to be in right now based off the fact that they stink because their offense is terrible. And with, Rodemaker back, presumably, if they're in the playoff, which they should be, he's better, than the third string, Brock Glenn, who really struggled tonight in his first start. But Florida State is not one of the four best teams, but they should be in because that's how they've done it before. Cincinnati was not one of the four best teams. TCU was not one of the four best teams. A lot of other examples. Washington, people could argue in 2016, not one of the four best teams. Tons of other examples. You just go through it. and they put those teams in because they won the games. Florida State should be in. So in my opinion, I could be wrong on what the committee does because I'm not the committee. I'm not saying I'm the committee. No one else here is the committee. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know if they're going to go by the same rules or not, but I think they should be in. So in my opinion, it's based on 4. It's on the 4 spot, and it's between Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, and Texas because all 4 have a legitimate argument. Georgia's been number 1 all year. In most instances, you talk about the fact that you have the number 1 team in college football, and it's Georgia, and they've been the stand. It's wild to me how everybody's like, Georgia's the best team. Georgia's going to three-peat. Now that they've lost to Alabama, it's like, well, Georgia don't deserve to be in now. You know, Georgia's not as good anymore. Because it's funny, I've seen people say in chat that now Texas's win over Bama's the best win. How can it be when Alabama just beat the team that no one's beaten in over 2 years? That logic is absolutely broken. I understand that Texas it's the first time anyone's won in Bryant-Denny in 4 years. 4 years beats 2 years, but Georgia hasn't lost to anybody.
Well, let's also
Alabama
understand
just did that. That's the best win in college football.
Well, that's not exactly the same team that hasn't lost for 3 years.
I understand that.
Most of those guys are playing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. I understand that, but perceptionally, to me,
well, if
Georgia,
the perception's incorrect, we don't want to go with the perception if it's wrong. So I get your point. Yes, it's the same coaching staff for the most part, culture, and some of those players are still around, but those aren't the players that, for the most part, that won a national championship 2 years ago or even last year, some of them.
I just think basically what I'm trying to say is in a broad way, and I know that what I'm saying, it can be debated, it can be proven wrong, because I'm not right in everything that I say. It's just some of it's my opinion, but some of it I am trying to base on fact. But you talk about the fact that, again, Georgia has been the best team in people's mind for the last 2.5 years, and they just lost their first game. That's impressive. But then you talk about people are saying that Alabama, should have lost to Auburn. Yes, that's true. They played terrible in that game. They should have lost the game, but Auburn blew it on the 4th and 31. But if you're going to use that logic, you see how people are only looking at what they're last seeing. For the most part, they're looking at, okay, yes, Georgia just lost, and now they're no longer the best team. It's no longer the best win because now Alabama losing to Texas, that's the best win for them because they're looking at that. And then you talk about Alabama and Auburn again. That's not a good performance by them. People are forgetting. I understand Texas just blew out Oklahoma State. That's great, but so did UCF. No one cares about that because UCF's not a good team. But that's what Texas did. Great win. They blew out Texas Tech. Great win. But they barely beat a 5-7 TCU team. 29-26. No one's saying this. I'm not upset about it, but it's funny to me. I think it's hilarious because if you're going to say the Auburn game, why is no one saying the TCU game? And the people say, Texas TCU games have always been close recently. Well, so have Alabama-Auburn games. Alabama and Auburn, Ja'Cory Brooks in the right corner of the end zone, and that was another terrible Auburn team. Same thing. Alabama beats Georgia. What happened? They were in the college football playoff. It's just there's more teams that are good this year or undefeated this year, like Washington that normally aren't, Florida State that normally aren't, that's creating this environment where Alabama cannot get in. But to me, based off everything, I know people are going to disagree with me, but I think that the 4 teams in the playoff, based off everything that I'm trying to say, should be Michigan, Washington. Washington should not be over Michigan. That's not even close. And then at number 3, it should be Florida State because they won the games. It's only fair. And then Alabama. Texas, the head-to-head is important, but it was in week 2 of the season. Alabama just won now, and I know they barely beat Auburn, but Texas has barely beat other teams as well. I believe if you want to kick Florida State out because they're not one of the 4 best teams right now, or they never were, fine. But you got to put Alabama and Texas both in because they're both really good, and I think that is fair to an extent. But based off the rules they've done, Florida State should be in because of the fact that they're undefeated, and Alabama should be in because they've never not had a one-loss SEC champion not in the playoff. And you talk about that the Big 12 is a weaker conference than the SEC. The Big 12 is full of a lot of bad teams. It just, to me, it all stacks up. Alabama should be in over Texas by this much, just by this much.
So what if we do this? We go to your playoff, and we've got those 4 teams, and Michigan's going to be playing Alabama, correct? A 1-4 game. And let's say Alabama wins the game, but we rescind those results because we say, well, we all think Michigan's better.
Mm.
We're not going to go by the result on the field. We think Michigan's better. So sorry, we're going to let them play in the national championship game.
Mm. Well, I mean, it definitely doesn't work that way. I mean, I don't even really think that a lot of people, if they're being honest with themselves, when you look at Michigan versus Alabama, to say, oh, there's a big gap here. Michigan's way up here. No, it's close.
Well, this
Georgia,
is my
Michigan,
point,
Ohio State, man, all these teams are really close.
If we're not going to do it in that situation, why would we do it for Texas and Alabama?
See, that's why I love talking to you, Mark, because you got that loophole. There's something there. There's always a loophole. There's always something wrong with the argument. I love it.
I get your point, Jeffrey. I do get your point. You think Alabama's better and you believe that their resume is better. Do you know what? I think Alabama's better, and I also believe that their resume is better. I can't get past that the two played, that they're 12-1, 12-1, that they're conference champions, and that they both struggled against all the teams we just lined up. Houston is probably the
I
worst
didn't even mention
example.
Houston.
Sorry. Oh,
that's another bad performance.
Awful.
I watched that game.
Terrible. Houston, TCU.
Iowa State, they didn't
There's
play
another
that
one
well.
in there. Iowa State's a pretty good team, but yeah, that's not a good win in the way
Kansas
that they won
State,
it by
they
only
almost
10 points.
lost that game too.
Yeah, Houston, TCU. Kansas State again. They're a good team, but if you're a national championship type team, you probably should beat Kansas State by more than getting a gift in overtime to win.
I agree, but I'm just referencing like if they lose that game, they're done. Just like if Alabama lost to Auburn, they're
lost
done.
to Auburn, lost to Arkansas,
plus,
South
I didn't
Florida.
even mention this, Mark, but you also talk about who is the worst loss. Alabama lost to Texas. Texas lost to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's not as good as either team here. I mean, if you base on that, you're talking about, okay, Alabama to me is the better win than Texas, and Texas is the worst loss. Texas beat him. What side matters more? I don't know, because it's like this. It's so close. But I mean, perceptually, the SEC. I mean, everybody doesn't want the SEC in. I understand why. Unless you're just an SEC fan or a fan of Alabama or some team in the conference. I mean, a lot of people know that I like Alabama, and I have family members like Alabama, but I'm not shilling for them. If they don't make the playoff, I've seen Alabama in the playoff almost every year of my life. Like, if they don't get in, it doesn't matter to me. But I'm just saying, based off everything we've seen before, it only makes sense that they would, because you're going to leave out a SEC champion with one loss. Like, the only way that would even make sense is if there was 4 undefeated teams. There's only 3. In the best conference, everybody says, is the SEC. So 3 undefeated teams, then you put in the SEC champion. The only reason anyone's saying this is because Texas is the head-to-head. If Texas just had a random win like if Texas had a win at Georgia right now, and it was the exact same schedule, that's a bad example because then Alabama beat Georgia. But okay, so that would be a bad example. But just say, okay, Texas won on the road at like Oregon. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? A really good team. Then I think more people will be saying Alabama should be in over Texas. It's just because Texas beat them. That's it.
Why are we scheduling and playing these games, though? Why?
Well, I don't understand why they do it anyway, because it's not worth it. Michigan has gotten to the playoff tons of times with nobody that they've scheduled in the non-conference.
So you would like all these teams to play crappy non-conference schedules and never play anybody?
I don't agree with that. I think it's abysmal.
Then
I agree
what are we
with
doing
what
for
you're saying.
Texas, though? Then how does Texas get rewarded for beating Alabama on the road by 2 scores?
I think my biggest argument with the flaw of the system of the non-conference schedule, whether it's hard or easy, is because it's not really worth to play the games. Like I said, I always talk about that one year that Oregon had the one loss early in the season. It always slips my mind who it was. But then they lost to Arizona State on the road in 2019 with Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels when he was a freshman. And they didn't make the playoff. It's like if they didn't have that tough non-conference game and they lost to Arizona State, there was a shot they would have made the playoff.
Yeah.
I still think
they lost to a 7-5 Auburn team.
Auburn team. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't remember. But I mean, I'm just saying, though, when you look at the fact that there's a lot of examples of teams in the past that they play really hard schedules and that game basically screws them out of it, it's not worth playing these games. I want teams to play these games. But the only reason that game helped Texas is because they won the game. Just like it doesn't help Alabama that they lost the game. Because what if Alabama didn't play Texas? If Alabama didn't play Texas and Texas didn't play Alabama, Texas would still have one loss in conference play. Alabama would be undefeated right now. That's why the game doesn't help anybody, to me, because it makes it harder for you to go undefeated. And even if you win, it's like you had to do so much to get that win. It makes it just unrealistically impossible with the 14 playoff for it to even be justified that you have a tough non-conference game. Now with 12 teams, yeah, it's going to be a little bit better and all that. But the problem is now all these teams are joining the same conference. So it's going to be less opportunities for more good non-conference games. So all over the place, there's just flaws everywhere.
Well, yeah, there are flaws, and that's at the crux at the beginning of the issue is the scheduling. The scheduling should be taken out of the hands of the schools, and it should be placed in a formula that is going to give equitable schedules to everyone.
I agree, which is almost impossible, but it still could be.
Well, yeah, it's impossible because you can't forecast the future to know which teams are going to get better or worse, but you can still give everyone an equal schedule based on last year's results, and I've come up with a system that would do that. But yes, I can't get around Texas beat Alabama. And they not only beat them, it's not like they beat them at Reliance Stadium in Houston. They beat them in Tuscaloosa. They beat them by 2 scores, not on the last second field goal. Again, if we're going to do that, then we should question playoff game. We should question every result and say,
I think the other thing, this is my last, it's not even an argument because to me, again, it doesn't matter. And there's all these people in chat saying that I'm crazy, get over it. Again, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm enjoying talking about it. This is great stuff. Texas gets in over Bama, awesome. I'm happy for Matthew Miller and every single Texas fan that I somewhat know. I'm happy for everybody. But the thing that another people are not talking about is it's called win, you lose. I don't know if you remember, Maury. Obviously you do because you're the voice of college football and you know stuff about in the 80s and 90s that I don't know. But you remember the Auburn year that they lost 2 games, but then they won all the rest of them, beat Auburn or they beat Alabama and Georgia, and Auburn was going to make the playoff.
Yes.
Because of the fact they lost early and enough teams lost, they were going to get in. People said that you can't get in with 2 losses if in a 14 playoff. Auburn was going to do it that year. And then they lost in the SEC championship game, lost a 3rd time. They didn't get in. When you lose matters. Alabama has not lost since week 2 of the season. Texas lost later than that.
No,
I know that's stupid in a way, but you see
it
another argument.
You can also argue that it doesn't matter or that it shouldn't matter.
But see, when you lose, it affects your ranking. Because think about it. What if Georgia played Alabama in week 3 or 4 of the season?
Yeah.
And then Georgia won out the rest of the way? They'd be in right now.
No, it all depends.
More than likely.
It all depends on how you approach the rankings. You don't have to approach the rankings that way. You can make all the games with equal weight. So why does it matter, or why should it matter when teams lose?
Well, I get that.
Then you know what we need to do then? We need to weight the games. We need to weight all the games, and nobody has a win-loss record anymore. And you should basically take the last game of the season and say that's worth a full game. The second to last game is worth 11/12ths. And the third to last game, the 10th game of the season, was worth 10/12ths or 5/6. And you weight each game, and then you come out with a composite. If you're gonna weight the schedule based on when the game's played. Otherwise, we don't do that though. That's why teams are 11-1 or they're 12-0. They're not some crazy mathematical formula based on when the game was played.
I get that. I really do. But I mean, another example of what I'm talking about when you lose is look at Oregon. Oregon was 5th. Washington was 3rd. Washington beat Oregon. But if Oregon beat Washington in the Pac-12 championship game, Oregon's in, right?
Yeah,
because
that's
they're
a conference
5th.
Championship game.
I know, but I'm just saying it's about when you lose is how the rankings are affected when you lose. And it shouldn't. I'm agreeing with you that it shouldn't, because that's why you do your rankings the way your jacket that has the top 25. It actually makes sense. Better rankings than any other rankings I've ever seen. Not an exaggeration, because they're all flawed. Yours is flawed. You said it before as well, but it's the best because you're actually making an effort to try to actually rank the teams based on what they've done with the resume. And I understand that these resumes are close. I get that. That's why Texas, Bama, it's like that. There's barely any difference. Georgia as well. All these teams, it's going to be very close who they pick. But there's no perfect way to rank, because based on the way people rank, when you lose matters, it shouldn't. Look at teams like Arizona. people were like, oh, Arizona's bad at the beginning of the year, and then they switch QBs, and now people think Arizona is a top 15 team. No one thought that before.
Well, that's
but
a
they
good
are
example
now.
right there.
That's
what is
what I'm
Arizona's
saying.
record? So Arizona's 9-3. How many games have they won in a row? Like 6?
I think so.
Something
They were
like
like
that.
3-3.
Why don't we
after
put them in the
US game.
playoff?
I know that's basically kind of my point, Mark, in a way, even though I'm not saying Arizona should be in the playoff, but I'm just saying teams change. And I know it's tough because Texas just blew out their last 2 opponents. I get it. And Alabama struggled against all. I know that. But there's no perfect way to do this. There's absolutely no perfect way to do it, because when you lose is different for everybody. How you judge a team based on how good you think they are. Some people think Georgia, they did think they were the best. Now they're not. So people are debating the best win. It's all over the place. Teams change. Arizona is a much better team than they used to be. A lot of teams change. Louisville, people thought 2 weeks ago, Louisville's legitimately great. Louisville might be the best team. Never thought that. Louisville proved they were not very good. They played an easy schedule. They couldn't even beat Florida State with a third-string quarterback. They lost to Kentucky, so no one thinks Louisville's good anymore. But 2 weeks ago, people thought they were good. People change their opinions on teams, and when they change their opinions, then they make statements to back those opinions. Just like some of the stuff I'm saying, I don't think some of it's all opinion. I think some of it's fact, but some of it is opinion. It's just the SEC has better stigma than the Big 12 and Alabama. If they get left out, if Alabama does not make the college football playoff, it's going to be hard to justify it. So whether they have to knock Florida State out to get Texas and Alabama both in, it's just going to be very difficult for it to make sense while they're not in.
Yeah, I get your point. For you, it's difficult to justify because you believe that Alabama has a better resume than Texas and is a better team and should be selected. It's easy to justify. You got 3 undefeated teams.
People think I'm insane in chat.
What?
People think I'm insane in chat, though. If I was on an SEC show,
then you've got Texas and Alabama, and Texas beat Alabama by 2 scores on the road, and they both are conference champions at 12-1. That's an easy tiebreaker to make.
100%. If I was on an SEC show right now, everybody would be agree with me that Alabama should be in. Or there'd be some Georgia fans saying, you're crazy for not still putting Georgia in. But I still, Mark, your community, even though everybody's against me right now in the chat, I agree. I still, your community's the best, Mark, and you do the best show. I mean, your show's fantastic, and your analysis is elite. And I get your points, and I'll always enjoy having the conversation we do because – I think the biggest thing for me, while I enjoy talking to you about stuff like this, because for me, like sometimes when I was younger, I used to just have something in my head, and that's the way younger people like you get something in your head. It's like Alabama's the best, they're number 1, or Georgia's now number 1. Like, no, I don't do that anymore. That's why I've used all these examples. Like I'm trying to be logical, trying to make sense, and give justification to Texas and Alabama and Georgia, all these teams. I really try to not be unfair, not be biased at all whatsoever. Because everything I've said tonight is not biased, but I do think Alabama's better, and I think they should be in. But that's not biased, and we'll see what happens. I can't wait for tomorrow or today. It's already 2 a.m. Should be in bed, but I cannot wait to see what happens. Whether Alabama gets in, Texas, or both. Florida State's left out. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what happens.
And you probably heard who I believe are the 4 best teams in the country.
You said that your 4 best teams are the 4 best teams that I agree with: Michigan, Ohio State, Bama, Georgia. It's like those are the 4 best teams. Just give it to them every year. I mean, I've had talks with my dad and other people. I'm like, you just put the same 4 teams every year, and they'd be like, well, yeah, they'd be entertaining games. I'm like, but do you really want that? Do you not want the discussion of Washington and Texas and Florida State if you just give Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia? I wouldn't want that. I mean, even though arguably, lately anyway, it used to be Clemson. When I was younger, Clemson was that team. Michigan's replaced Clemson. But, do you want the same 4 teams? And I don't think so.
No, I don't want the 4 best teams. Are the 4 teams that are the same every year. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those are the teams that I believe are the 4 best. I don't believe it's Washington. I don't believe it. No. I think Texas is extremely close, and I don't believe it's Florida State. But I don't believe that those 4 teams should be selected. I
agree. They shouldn't be based off. That's why I'm saying with Florida State, they're not one of the 4 best, but they should be in. But like I said, it's crazy how different everybody's opinion is. And I talk about, some people say to me that I would want the same 4 teams in every year if they're the best ones. And it's like, well, I don't want that, but that's why everybody's opinion matters, even if you don't agree with it. It's very important, even if you think someone's absolutely insane for their opinion. I guess it has some validity somewhere.
All right, Jeffrey, I better run. We've got so many people here.
Sorry I was on so long,
Thanks, man.
Mark. Great
Appreciate it.
conversation. Everybody like and subscribe to the Voice of College Football, and thanks for having me on, Mark. Can't wait to see what happens.
Appreciate it. Yes, that's who I think are the 4 best, but they shouldn't be selected. Nobody knows who the 4 best are. Spoiler alert, you don't know who the 4 best are. Nobody does. Mike G asking me dumb questions like, is grass green? Yes. Just like, has Michigan ever won a playoff game? You know, some questions are easy to answer. Chris is here from Spiratics. Chris, thanks for being patient.
Oh, you got to be patient. But here's my favorite thing that I've got to witness for the past couple of weeks, but especially tonight. I love watching all these lawyers argue for losers. It's my favorite part of all of this because, but their strength of schedule is this, but their strength of schedule is that, but they only lost to so and so, they only lost to this person, they only lost to this team. Here's what's consistent: Florida State hasn't lost a game. Week 1 versus LSU, win. ACC championship game against Louisville, the 3rd string quarterback, win. All the games in between, win. I don't care what their schedule is. If we're going to say that schedules are what only things that matter, then why is Michigan or Georgia even being considered?
Well, I would argue Michigan, I'd have to size it up, probably as a better schedule than Florida State.
Not according to the rankings.
Yeah, well,
I'm
Ohio State, Penn State, Iowa.
I'm using what is in front of me as far as schedule, as far as strength of schedule, strength of etc. And to me, you've got a starting quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, right? Is that correct? He's a starter. He was started day 1. He's starter now. He's performed like my 3rd string quarterback a couple times this year.
Well, I don't know if you watch the games, if you would say that.
The point is statistically, he's performed like my 3rd string quarterback.
Yeah, well, Michigan also has not struggled against bad teams like everybody else has.
But they've played all but one bad team.
All but one?
In my opinion, Ohio State was the only team that could possibly give them a game.
Penn State's a bad team.
I think they're overrated.
Penn State might be the best team on Florida State's schedule. They're better than Louisville.
They're overrated.
Well, we could say all sorts of teams are overrated.
Yeah.
But
what
I don't think Penn State's overrated. I think they're rated about where they should be. I believe they're better than Louisville.
Okay. I can't help who.
I think it's somewhat comparable, but
I can't help who Michigan plays or who Georgia plays. Same way that nobody can help who Florida State plays. I mean, Georgia's strength of schedule is 100. Michigan's is 112. Florida State's is 49. I mean, I can only go off the statistics that are given.
Yeah.
Washington's 75th. Washington struggled with more teams than Florida State has. Bad teams.
So you're arguing with who? People in the chat? You're not arguing with me. I've said 50 times that Florida State should be in the playoff.
I'm generally making a statement for those that believe that Florida State should be left out for Alabama. When Alabama, we want to talk about recency, okay? And I understand that the recency shows that Alabama's a much different team than they were in the beginning of the season. I agree with that. I'm not going to argue that 1 second. Here's my problem. Recent. So you go back to the week that they played USF, struggled badly, looked terrible. As a matter of fact, whoever their quarterback was that was in looked as good as my 3rd string quarterback. And then you move on. Okay, they got better. They started winning. Milroe started looking like this top-tier quarterback. Then you go and play Auburn last week, and you got to win off of a 4th and 31. Granted, you won it, and I give credit where credit's due. You did win. So does that bad win matter? Not to me, not in my eyes. But everybody else wants to use where the struggle was of Boston College or where the struggle was of Clemson. I still think it's harder to go beat Clemson, personally, in the rank that they are, of what they are, 8-4 or whatever it is. Here's the other thing. The ACC might not be a great conference, but they've got 11 bowl eligible teams, more than anybody else. That's got to count for something.
Well, that produces that's a good point, but that can be produced a lot of different ways. That can be
Yeah, out of
produced by
conference
having a
wouldn't
lot
help.
of 6 and 6 teams.
And out of conference, that helps. But we also beat 2 SEC teams, and everybody says, well, Florida's bad. Well, Florida beat Tennessee, that's ranked. Has been, shouldn't be, but are. I'm just throwing out the metrics that are given to me, and the metrics that are given to me is that you beat a Florida team at home that pounced Tennessee, that people are giving Alabama credit for beating as a ranked win. I'm just throwing out what's in front of me. So, and then any argument can be made. I'm going to be honest with people. I don't think, personally, this is just my opinion, I don't think that Alabama or Texas, either one, should jump Ohio State. To me, how this should work is it would be, and this would be my top 4, and I know a lot of people are going to disagree with it, and I don't really care. Never have, never will. 1, give it to Michigan because they've won all their games and they have not struggled with bad teams. I'll give it to them. 2, that's a toss-up with me, but I'll give it to Washington just based off of how they performed against Oregon not once but twice this year. 3, Florida State, and now you should pop Ohio State back into the playoffs. Ohio State's loss to Michigan is not a worse loss than anyone else. That's not a worse loss than Alabama to Texas. That's definitely not a worse loss than Texas losing to Oklahoma. So where is Ohio State's? Like, I thought I would see more Ohio State fans showing up, and maybe I'm just not seeing them. Maybe they are standing up. Maybe they are preaching their pasture, because that's what I see. Your one loss was to a team that's been ranked in the top 4 since the first week of the college football committee. They've put Michigan at 1, 2, 3, somewhere in that matter, no matter which week it is. So why is Ohio State just automatically left out? Oh, because they won their conference championship. But they didn't have an opportunity to play Michigan twice, like Oregon did, based off of they still had divisions, correct? Am I not correct in that?
They take the top 2 teams now. They did away. They still have they showed the divisions in the standings, but they just take the top 2 teams. They just started that 3 years ago.
So Ohio State wasn't above.
Oh, you're asking about the Big Ten? Yes.
Yes.
I thought you were asking about the Pac-12.
That's what I'm saying. So the fairness of how.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. If the Big Ten did it like the Pac-12 or the Big 12, they would have replayed. Ohio State and Michigan would have played again. Yeah.
Or the ACC.
Yeah, or the ACC now. Yeah.
Right. So to me, it's like, well, you're giving opportunities to some teams. Oregon got the opportunity to play Washington twice this year. You're giving the opportunity to, like you said, the Pac-12, et cetera. You're giving opportunities to other conferences to be able to, as long as you don't lose any other games, you have the opportunity. To me, Ohio State's obviously the better team that should have played in the Big Ten against Michigan. It wasn't who they played. That's an obvious statement. So Ohio State's getting punished for their conference holding on to the old way. So where in my eyes is Ohio State's loss worse than any of the other one-loss teams that are getting considered for this? No one's saying Ohio State is being considered, and I think it's wild because they lost to each week that the committee has ranked teams. Michigan has been ranked in the top 4. So who's got the worst loss? Or wait, who has a better loss than Ohio State? Nobody. Not in my eyes. Georgia doesn't have a better loss than Ohio State because they lost to Alabama. Alabama was ranked 8th when they lost. If rankings matter from the committee, if they matter, then you have to judge that based upon what you've got in front of you. And as of right now, is Ohio State not ranked above Texas and also Alabama as far as last week goes?
You are correct. And on top of that, obviously the game was close, which the Alabama-Georgia game was close too, but Alabama ran out the last 3 minutes of game time and Georgia never had a shot at winning the game, where Ohio State was driving down the field with the ball when the game ended, and they were playing on the road. They weren't playing in a neutral site in Atlanta.
Correct. So, I mean, my only argument is do I think that Alabama is one of the best teams in the country? I think it's arguable, to be honest.
It is. Yes.
I
think it's all arguable.
Yeah, and it is. And I think that the committee, to be completely honest, if they're going to save face, if they're going to do what they've always done, and that's in the previous years up to this point, you can't leave Florida State out based off of their schedule, what you could presume it to be. Problem is who the committee is the ones that look at ESPN and CBS and everybody else that does the strength of schedule rankings. And you got to base that based off of, okay, well, Florida State's got the 40 whatever. And the other two teams that are undefeated in there have a worse strength of schedule. So I don't know. To me, it's just not possible to leave out. Plus, I would like to talk just a little bit about Florida State's defense of performance. FSU's defense in the fourth quarter of the last 2 weeks, 26 plays, negative 38 yards allowed, negative 51 rushing yards allowed, 9 sacks, 0.1 QBR allowed, negative 2.1 yards and dropbacks. No other team in the last 20 years has allowed 0 or negative yards in back-to-back fourth quarters. FSU did it versus Florida and in the ACC championship game.
I would agree. I watched both games and it was phenomenal. And I cut an instant analysis of Florida State and Louisville before I jumped on here. And yeah, I said the same thing. That defensive performance tonight, I don't care what people say about Louisville. They have a good offense. They have a really good offense. Is it prolific or fabulous or anything? Is it one of the very best in the country? No, but it's really good. It was number 3 in the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
And Florida State just Jared Verse and that crew up front,
they did their job.
And those guys just, wow, they were a wrecking crew.
Yep, they did their job, but and they did it against a center that was considered the blocker of the year.
Yes,
in the ACC, and he was the one that got the penalties on him. So, to me, I'm not juicing up Louisville. I would have much rather played. Any other team would have taken care of business. Because Louisville's situation is everybody's going to look at, well, Louisville's strength of schedule is garbage, blah, blah, blah. But it's also like you can't take away from the first year staff, all the portal things that they pulled together. Like it's a Cinderella story for an ACC team. I think that they're going to go and perform very well in whichever bowl game that they play in. But to take away what Florida State has done in consistency from week 1 to week 13, I don't know that anybody's going to be able to do that and be okay with it. I don't know if the committee is going to say, well, they don't look great right now on offense, because they can't say that about defense as a whole team. They can't say it about special teams as in a whole team. They can say that the offense looks like it struggles because they've got a third-string quarterback in. Here's a little bit of dropping hot news. Tate Rodemaker will be back if they do make the college football playoffs and we don't get snubbed. He will be back. Does that lift the bar? I don't know. I don't really care. My thing is, I would like to see any offense line up against that defense, and let's watch that football game. Because I bet you it can make some of the best offenses look very mediocre.
Here's a few points. Here's a few points, Chris, and you give me your response to these. We talked about how close these teams and how arguable it is. This is my thought. I certainly have opinions on who the best team is, second best, third best, all that business.
Right.
But I would say that if Jordan Travis was healthy, Florida State, Texas, Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, Washington, Oregon, if any of those teams, if you just picked them out of a hat and they had to play each other, I would have an opinion on who would win those games. But out of all those teams, it wouldn't surprise me if you said Florida State beat Ohio State or Ohio State beat Florida State. Neither one would surprise me. If Florida State beat Oregon or Oregon beat Florida State, crisscross any of those teams, none
Right.
of the results would surprise me.
Right. That's why the games have to be played.
On top of that, of course, it would be a travesty if 10 years into this playoff, we've got a Power 5 champion who's undefeated, did everything that was asked of them, and did not get selected. And we've made that the bar that even teams like a Michigan this year, who didn't go out and schedule anyone in the non-conference, get into the playoff. Florida State went out and scheduled that game like Alabama did, but they didn't lose that.
Right.
They won it by 3 scores, and we're still going to leave them out of the playoff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I told people all year long. Has LSU defensively been a letdown compared to what people thought it should be? Of course they have. But here's my issue. You go watch who I think should be the Heisman winner personally, and no, he has not took his team to the playoffs, conference championship, none of that. But Daniels, the quarterback for LSU, to me, is the Heisman Trophy winner based off of everything that he did with less. It to me is the best player in college football because he did it with less. Now, when you've got NFL stars around you, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, it's a great thing for team. That's why you try to go accomplish winning conference championships. You should accomplish winning national titles. And I'm not saying that Heismans that do all of those things should not be in the Heisman race or should not win a Heisman. The point is that if you pay attention to what LSU did with Daniels this entire year, when he was put literally between a rock and a hard place in each and every game that they played in because their defense couldn't stop a running nose. The facts of the matter is, and I'm getting to the point of where Florida State matters, who else held Daniels to the yards or the completions or to anything, or Neighbors or any of them? Who defensively held that team down like that? Just said, nope, you're not scoring more than 24 points. It will not happen.
Well, Chris, hopefully that's being talked about in that committee room.
It is. Here's the great thing. There's enough ACC committee members. There's enough former coaches. There's enough of those people in the committee. So therefore, I have confidence that they're putting all of this together. Wow. It's, to me, if Bama, if Texas, if Michigan, if Ohio State, or any of these other teams would have went undefeated and then at some point losing their starting quarterback, moving to their second string, win a conference championship with their third string, it would be praised upon. People would be talking about how great this is as a team. Look how great they find ways to win. This team is so great because even when they get to their third string true freshman quarterback, they still find a way to win. They would be praised for it because they've done it before. Ohio State did it in 2014. They ended up winning a national title. If I'm not mistaken, that was 2014.
Yes.
They did it with a third string quarterback. Wu went on to do nothing in the NFL, but I still like him.
Now, the one difference there, Chris, is Ohio State's, their starting quarterback got hurt in spring at the end of fall camp. But anyway, the second string quarterback, JT Barrett, had a phenomenal year. He gets hurt on the last drive against Michigan, their very last game of the season.
Yep.
So Ohio State and Cardell Jones had one game to show the committee what they would look like. And they went out and they played a team in a lot of ways very similar to Louisville in terms of ranking and about how good they are in Wisconsin. And they pasted them 59-0. So that gave the committee the look that, okay, wow, let's put them in.
Did Ohio State go undefeated that season?
No.
Okay, here's my rebuttal. Florida State did.
But I'm just saying that's what the committee was going by, was this is what this team's going to
I'm just throwing in my topper because Ohio State did not go undefeated with backup quarterbacks, but Florida State did. They just did it. There is a difference, but when did Jordan go out? The game before the last game of the season, as far as regular season goes, which was North Alabama. Then we went and played at Gainesville with a backup quarterback. still won. And now we go to our third string quarterback in possibly the biggest game for most ACC quarterbacks is the ACC Conference Championship. And they still win. But I'm going to let somebody else talk. I've said my piece. I don't personally think that Florida State gets left out. If they do, all of us Florida State fans will raise absolute hell on earth.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. And if you don't give us the opportunity to go out and play in the college football playoffs, I guess before I'm pissed off, in case it happens, we'll see y'all next year.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. That was Chris Frazier, Spear Addicts. It's right here on YouTube, Spear Addicts. And also Chris joins us on our Florida State show every Wednesday night at 6 o'clock Eastern time. We should have like 1,000 people on the Florida State show every Wednesday night, the Miami show on Wednesday nights, the USC show on Monday, the Iowa show on Tuesday, and on and on. All right, let's keep it rolling. We got Ben on the line. Ben, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Great. So can I change the pace real quick? I want to talk about consistency.
Yep.
First, I want to talk about your consistency. I love it. You've got great consistency.
I try.
With the way you judge football every year. You don't change. And then I want to talk. So I appreciate that, and that's why I come to this show. I like a little reason and somebody that's not swayed by every whim or whatever their bias may be. You still have a little Ohio State bias, but sure. I let that go by. But anyways, no, I'm listening to, like, I get frustrated listening to people when they, like, the media, when they talk about who should be in, like, watching the Michigan game tonight and listening to, like, Bear Bryant talk. And he made a valid point. He said,
listening to who?
What's it? Bear Bryant, the guy that does the, isn't that his name? He goes,
Bear Bryant.
Not Bear Bryant. What is his name? Bear something. He does the picks. He does all the
Bear. Yeah,
the Bear. That's it. Yeah, not Bear Bryant. Yeah.
Okay.
The Bear, and he does the picks. And just listening to everybody, but him particularly, because I remember a specific instance with him. But I'll tell you, he was talking about, like Michigan would rather play Florida State than Alabama, and I agree with that. I would rather play Florida State than Alabama. But here's the thing. He was talking about, how Alabama should be in and Florida State should be out. Yeah, I remember when the whole Cincinnati thing was coming up, he was advocating for Cincinnati then because Cincinnati won all their games. And, it just drives me nuts because be consistent.
Yes.
How is, and that's the way everybody was doing it. I mean, like, not, and it just drives me up the wall. Exactly. Like, how can it be any different for Florida? Florida State's a Power 5 team. They're playing in a Power 5 conference. And how can you be so inconsistent? It just, that kills me.
Oh, believe me. Look at TCU. Look at TCU last year. If we just wanted to say 4 best, we should have just left them out last year. They lost a game. They didn't go undefeated. At least Florida State's gone undefeated. And they can say, what else do you want us to do? Where we should have left out TCU. If we were going 4 best, we should have left out Cincinnati. We really should have left out Michigan State in 2015.
Yeah.
We were going 4 best.
No, I 100% agree with you. One thing, though, I can say about the playoff committee is they're different each year. They have an excuse to do that.
Yes.
Because they're a different group of people. But these media members are not. And they change on a whim. And it's just, to me, I find it almost humorous. And this is just one of the things that bug me about the sport. And that's the one thing that I want to talk about. The other thing is that bugs me, and I do not. The one thing that bugged me tonight watching the Michigan game is, and this, as I say this as a Michigan fan, that first fumble where they reviewed that pass, I do not know how they overturned that. I do not know how you look at that video and not see that his hand was starting to move forward. It moved. It doesn't matter the rule, and that's where another consistency area. Where how do you not see that as moving forward? I mean, it's coming forward. I mean, forward is forward, right? I mean, how do you interpret the rules any different especially to overturn that? I think, honestly, if it was called a fumble in the field, that one should have been actually reversed to, if anything, if not stand, it should have at least been, that one I could have seen being reversed the other way. Because it moved forward. I mean, it's close, but it was still forward. And I hate those kind of plays. And so I know as a Michigan fan, I'm not being biased because I thought, we shouldn't have had that. And I see that I've seen so many. I don't know how they do that so much. So get the review wrong, and that's one of the things. I don't know do you think it's a rule interpretation? What do you think causes that kind of? To me, it's almost incompetence.
Okay, this is what I think. Let me take it back to the play. That this is where I get caught between what I think as a football fan should be the ruling versus what the rule book says. Just watching that game as a person that has watched an ungodly amount of football over the course of my lifetime, way more than I should have. Do I think that do I believe that that's a fumble? Just by watching it and saying, I'm not looking at a rule book, does that look like a ball was attempted to be thrown? Was it thrown? Well, of course it was attempted to be thrown, but was that a throw or was that a fumble? Well, it's a fumble. It's a fumble. That's what it looks like. But when you read the rule book and you go by the letter of the law of the rule book, that is a pass because the quarterback's arm was in forward motion before it left his hand. I have no idea how to answer your question because anyone that can read and understands the game of football should be able to see, okay, if we were given the task of evaluating this play, even if without a ruling on the field based on the letter of the law of the rule, it's a pass. But on top of that, we have to have inconclusive confirmation or reversal evidence here to reverse it. I have no idea how that got reversed. I can't explain it. I wasn't there. I don't know what the explanation was, but
I mean, only thing, like, to me, I'm wondering because maybe we have more time as an audience to view it, and these guys are under a time crunch. Because I'm just wondering. I'm just curious. I mean, maybe we view it more. I don't know how well that plays out because they're in a hurry to get, because there's a little, they're in a hurry to get the play down. I don't know. That's the only excuse. I understand missing calls on the field as a ref.
Yes.
But the replays being so messed up, and I've seen some really bad ones this year, I just don't understand how they're so bad. And that one was a bad one to me. And I was just like, I just don't understand it. I don't know what the logic is. I mean, it can't be a fair unbiased call. There's got to be something else behind them seeing. I mean, I can't explain it. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I would love to hear the NCAA officiating crew explain why they called that play the way they called that play.
Yeah, I would love to be able to explain it, but I can't. So I really have nothing to add there other than they blew the call. And they didn't even blow the call. They had no reason to do anything about it. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right. Now, the other thing I want to mention about the college football playoffs, and here's where I want to see consistency with the college football playoff committee. So they put Georgia at number 1. They had Ohio State at number 2, and then Michigan at number 3. And for one, I don't see how Georgia. I mean, did I say Georgia? I don't see how Georgia started at number 1 because I don't think they had a resume for it. I think Ohio State was actually ripped off from being number one because I think Ohio State, at least up until that time, had the best resume, the best wins.
Well, they were number one when it all started. They were number one for 2 weeks, and then Georgia beat somebody. I think it was Missouri, and that's what jumped Ohio State. Even though Ohio State,
I'm talking about the college
the same
football.
week.
I'm talking about the college football playoff committee.
I know. I am too. The first 2 weeks, Ohio State was number one.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they were. Okay. So they get jumped by, so the Missouri win jumps. Yep, you're right, the first 2 weeks. And okay. I don't, okay. So anyways, but okay, so that's fine. I mean, it's close, but here's the thing. Ohio State loses to the number 3 team.
Yes.
And and they could have been, so they lose to the number 3 team and they're bumped down to what? They get dropped to
number 6.
How does Alabama, how does Michigan not go to number 1?
And, for beating Ohio State. And then, and then how would they justify putting and in this scenario, not doing that for Michigan and justify putting Alabama in the 4th spot for beating Georgia, who wasn't, Georgia was neck and neck with Ohio State in their rankings. I mean, there's the consistency. Like, I mean, that's the explanation I want to see, the college football committee make. Yeah, they're jumping Georgia over Ohio State for beating Missouri, but they're not lifting Michigan past Georgia for beating Ohio State, who had been number 1 2 weeks earlier, and all they had done in the meantime was completely annihilate Michigan State and Minnesota, and was still at number 2. I can't explain their logic. It doesn't make any sense.
To put Alabama into the playoff, after that too, it's just, to me, it's like that I can't explain. Those are the inconsistencies.
What is your playoff?
My playoff, I mean, I would have to go. And I don't care if who you put first, Washington or Michigan. I think Washington probably had a better schedule, maybe not the better win, but you could put Washington, Michigan. Then I think Washington or Michigan. Then I think Florida State and Texas. I think that's the way you have to put it. I think that but the thing is, I think you could put Ohio State in there. But I think you have to, if you want to make an argument, you could put Ohio. I think there's a better argument for putting Ohio State in there, or over Georgia or Alabama. When it comes against, so if you're gonna debating on whether to put Texas, I think it's Texas and Ohio State. I don't think Georgia and Alabama should have that, for the 4th spot argument. But if I was gonna say it, I would say Michigan, Washington, Florida State, Texas, or you could flip flop Washington and Michigan.
Why do you think Washington and the Pac-12 are suddenly getting so much respect this season?
Well, didn't they do pretty well in the non-conference?
What are our Pac-12 friends in here? Do they really want to hear what I'm about to say? So listen to this. Yes, the Pac-12 is 7-5 out of conference against the Power Fives.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what the Pac-12's record is against bowl teams out of conference?
I have no clue.
The Pac-12's great victories of the year are against Texas Tech and Wisconsin. They are 2-4 against bowl teams. So everything else that happens, we understand, is just against other Pac-12 teams.
Yeah.
So everything they did outside of the conference against teams with winning records, or in Texas Tech's case, a 6-6 record, was Oregon beat Texas Tech and Washington State beat Wisconsin. Big deal. And they lost 4 other games. So they're 2-4 against bowl teams. The Big Ten's 5-5 against bowl teams.
Yeah, but I have like with I have a hard time saying that Washington, I don't know whether they are how good they really are, because I think it's kind of a bubble situation. It's hard to say. I think you have, to me, but I don't follow football I don't follow it as closely as you do. And I definitely don't follow the Pac-12. But when I watch them play, I don't think they're a bad team. Well, what makes me think that Washington would do bad in the playoffs versus like Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, and Alabama, because I just don't think they have the line. I think they play a different style football, but I think anybody will run all over them. That's my opinion, and they could be proved. But I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know how you prove that wrong. How do you answer that argument?
Well, it's impossible until the teams play. We only have so many results where we really get indication of how good these teams are. Those are games like Ohio State, Notre Dame, and LSU and Florida State, and Alabama, Texas, those kind of games. And then beating lousy teams or marginal teams, I shouldn't call them lousy teams, marginal teams like Texas Tech only gives us indication that, well, you didn't blow it against a marginal team. But Oregon winning an extremely close game against Texas Tech outside the conference, I don't think should be given much credit to the Pac-12. Like, that was an extremely down to the wire game.
Oh, see, I didn't watch that game.
This is how Oregon won that game. They were down 30-28 with seconds left in the game. They threw an interception in the end zone that was called. It was reviewed, and the guy, I guess, barely stepped out of bounds, or Texas Tech would have won the game. And then on the next play, Oregon kicked the game-winning field goal, 31-30, and there was 15 seconds left in the game. And then Texas Tech on the last play of the game threw a pick six. And so Oregon threw on a garbage touchdown to win 38-30.
Yeah, that's true, but but then you can flip that argument to Georgia playing Georgia Tech.
Well, they didn't play a game anywhere close to that. They had control of that game. No, it didn't look impressive. They didn't blow them out, but they weren't threatened in that game.
Yeah, but Georgia's I guess so. Oregon's the number 2 in their conference now, and Georgia's the number 2 in the SEC. I guess so. I guess if you were going to seed them, they would be comparable. So
Yep.
Yeah. But that's basically what I want to talk about was consistencies. And I know you have a lot of people, so I will bow out on that note. So I guess just leaving, I personally kind of want to give the benefit of the doubt to the Pac-12. I hate taking the other years in. I know the SEC's been dominant, but I hate not just putting each year into its own year and forget about what the past says. I just think, I think if you're going to continue, to do that, you might as well just put Georgia and Alabama in every year.
Yep. All right, Ben. Well, I appreciate
you
you
later,
being
man.
here. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah.
All right, let's keep moving. Let's get going here. We got McD Sports on. What's going on, man?
Hey, Mark. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Appreciate your patience.
No problem. Mark, I'm just going to cut to the chase. The 4 teams should be number 1, Michigan, number 2, Washington, number 3, Florida State, number 4, Texas.
Bam.
Right there.
I'm right there with you. That's mine.
And then, Mark, I have my gut's telling me it's not going to be that. And matter of fact, my gut's even telling me that it would not surprise me if it goes 1 Michigan, 2 Washington, and they pit Bama and Georgia 3 and 4. And they do that.
If they do that,
Mark,
Lord.
Well, first of all, if they kick Florida State out, I'm going to be calling for a boycott. But if they do that, no one should. You gotta call for a boycott if they keep Florida State out.
Well, to your point, McD, who broadcasts the college football playoff?
And that was going to be my next point.
And who is their biggest client?
And that was going to be my point. How much influence do you think that the good people in Bristol, Connecticut, which, by the way, let me just say something real quick. That I don't know if you watch College Game Day, but if you
No.
saw the pick segment and if you saw the Michigan, Iowa for the picks for that, let me tell
I
you
heard
something.
about it. Yeah.
I turned off the TV. Let's just say that. I would never watch that show again after that, but that's besides the point.
Well, I think some of them are just being clowns. Like McAfee's a clown. He doesn't, you know.
I mean,
Lee Corso, he's a clown at this point. I'm sorry. He's a nice old man, but he should have been taken off TV 15 years ago. He's a clown. And I don't know who else picked Iowa, but I know that I think
The
Herb
guest
Street and
picker.
Desmond Howard picked Michigan.
well, of course, Desmond Howard's going to pick
Well,
Michigan,
sure,
but
but-
he's a clown as well. I mean, the only serious person on there is Curb Street.
Well, yeah, you're right about that. Well, once he took David Pollock was exceptional. They should
I
have
liked
kept
him. I
on.
was so sad when they let him
Yes.
go. But
Yeah, they make bad decisions at that
oh
network.
yeah, I'm sure you're aware of that. But back to the college football playoffs. I think they're going to at least put Bama in, and it will not surprise me if they put Georgia in. And I hate saying this. I hate saying that I was wrong, but I was wrong about Texas. They deserve to be the number 4 seed in the college football playoffs, and it's because of the head-to-head. I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean,
You're right.
Is the season the rivalry week in the college football championships, and maybe the week before, or is it the whole season? Texas went into Tuscaloosa, Alabama, into Bryant-Denny Stadium, and beat Alabama 34-24 very convincingly, in my
Yeah.
opinion. I mean, what you want me to say? I mean, and I know some people are making and I get the whole TCU, Houston, they struggle against them. They won. At the end of the day, it's a W. And one thing I have noticed with this committee is they don't care how you get the job done as long as you win the games.
Well, they're
They don't-
supposed to. They're supposed to
they're
evaluate all the
supposed to.
games.
They're supposed to, but they don't.
I don't know about that. They do when they want to.
They do when they want to. And I think everybody's brought up some good points. One point I'm going to make is I know some people are saying, "Oh, Auburn's a bad team," I don't know. Boston College is a bad team. If you're a bowl team, besides Minnesota this year, Minnesota's going to a bowl game because they needed one more team for a bowl game, and I guess they had the highest academic standard. Outside of Minnesota, any team playing in a bowl this year is not a bad team for the 2023 season. If you win 6 games, you're not a bad team.
Well, let me ask you this. How many teams are in the FBS?
133.
Okay, 133. And at last count, I don't know if that's this season, but it's going to be extremely close. Last year, we had 41 bowl games. So we had 82 teams play in bowl games. So if you're the 82nd team in the country out of 133, how good are you?
I mean, you're not, which gets to another point that I'm about to make. Scheduling. Yeah, I mean, some teams are going to get 6 wins based off their schedule. Like, people were saying, "Oh, Louisville isn't good. They were overrated." Yeah, Louisville might have been a bit overrated, but you can only play who's on your schedule. It's not anybody's fault that besides the ACCs that the ACC decided to give Louisville an easy slate. I remember during the preseason, everybody was saying, "Oh, Louisville could go 9-3 with that schedule." It was such an easy schedule for
Yeah.
Louisville. I mean, it didn't surprise me they were in the ACC championship game, and to be honest, they deserved to be there. And they lost the ACC championship game to a better Florida State team. So, I mean,
Well, let's understand something that you just said. It is true, but it's also false. Do teams control their schedules? No, they don't control their
No.
out-of-conference schedules, but they control their non-conference schedules.
Right. And I'm going to make a point about Florida State. Why I can't believe I have to make an argument about 13-0 Power 5 team, but the LSU win. Florida State beat LSU by a wider margin than Alabama. Plain and simple. And you could tell me, like, oh, well, Jordan Travis was playing. It doesn't matter. You should be judged on your 12-game schedule. It's not a 2-game schedule. It's a 12-game schedule. And I just think it's laughable that I just think it's laughable we're even having a conversation about a Power 5 team that went 13-0 and they might be left out, and some people are ranking them as low as 6. Granted, it's from that, I'm saying this very sarcastically, wonderful company in Bristol, Connecticut. But I mean, I know. I personally think it should be Georgia 1, Michigan 2. I mean, not Georgia 1, Michigan 2. I'm looking at your screen. Michigan 1, Washington 2, Florida State 3, and Texas 4. But my gut's telling me Bama's going to get in there somehow. And because they're a one-loss SEC team. You have 3 undefeated teams. I mean, it's usually you don't have this many undefeated teams. And it so happens to be that 4th spot is, in my opinion, between 2 teams that happen to play each other this season in the non-conference schedule, and you have to give it to the team that won. That's where it comes down to. I mean, if it was the best 4 teams right now, Mark, I mean, I'll be honest with you. It'll be Michigan, Georgia, Ohio State, and then take your pick at Oregon, Missouri, or Arizona, in my opinion.
What? Wow, you came out of nowhere with that one.
I mean, right now, if it's the top 4 teams right now, I don't think.
Okay, you said Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State. Okay, I'm okay with those. Then you threw out Arizona and Oregon and somebody else, Missouri. You went right by Texas and Alabama and Washington.
Well, I don't think Washington. I don't think they're a top 4 team. I personally don't think they are.
I don't think they are either, but they need to be in, of course.
Yeah. Texas, they're right there. I mean, I should have probably thrown them in there as well. I think Oklahoma's right there as well with Texas, if you want my honest opinion. And then where was the other team? Alabama. I don't think Alabama's a top 4 team. I just don't. I mean, if we're going to go in this argument, results matter. And one point you did make that I am going to give you a little bit of pushback on. I do think Liberty deserves to be the Group of 5 representative, just because of the record alone. But I mean, and I will defend Liberty's resume a little bit. They did beat a New Mexico State team twice that has 10 wins, including a win against a Auburn team on the road, which it wasn't even close. I watched a lot of that game, that New Mexico State Auburn game. So I will push back on that a little bit, but you can only play who's on your schedule. Did I think Liberty's schedule was one of the worst schedules I've seen in a really long time? Yeah, during the preseason. Is the Conference USA horrible? Yeah. Outside of New Mexico State and I think Jacksonville State.
So let me pose this to you on this argument about Liberty and SMU. What are we determining here?
We're just determining who's going to represent the Group of 5 and the New Year's Six Bowl.
Bingo. Exactly. What is Liberty's record in the Group of 5?
13-0.
What is SMU's record versus the Group of 5?
They're undefeated as well.
Thank you. And they play better teams.
And I think you have an argument. I definitely do. I just think based on record, you got to put Liberty in. That's all. Just based on the record. That's purely my argument.
SMU's record's just as good against the Group of 5.
I agree, but people are going to look at those 2 losses and be like, "Oh, they're not undefeated. You got to put Liberty in." And It's already in the college football playoff pool. SMU wasn't ranked. Liberty, I think, was ranked, what, 24th?
Yeah.
I mean, the group of 5 was pretty weak this year. I mean, you have to have a group of 5 someone represent them, but it was pretty weak this year. It wasn't like the previous years, the Cincinnati's, the
No.
UCFs.
It's getting worse and worse as more
Tulane
teams
last
are
year.
elevated to the Power 5. The group of 5 is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Listen to this stat. It struck me today watching these games. I'm thinking, I'm always railing on the group of 5 and people get pissed off and say, Mark, you don't rate any group of 5 teams. Well, when one of them should be ranked, I'm going to rank them.
Yeah,
But
I wouldn't rank any of them.
No, they shouldn't be ranked. I looked at the teams and I added it up. The teams that played in group of 5 conference championships, do you know what they did against the Power 5? They went 2-11. And those are the championship teams.
I know. I'm trying to think of. I know South Alabama drugged the Big 12 runner-ups.
Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and I remember that. I was high on them coming into the season. I thought they were going to be the group of 5 representing them or UTSA. But I mean, I would just put Liberty there just because they're the only undefeated group of 5 team. Personally, that's really the only reason. I don't think any of them should be ranked.
Yeah. Well,
I'm with you there.
The only reason why I'm not going to go crazy about it is because who really cares? Does it matter if Liberty's playing?
They're going to get drugged.
Penn State or SMU's playing Penn State, whatever.
I mean, I'll put it to you like this, Mark. Liberty had a quarterback in Malik Willis. He got drafted in the 3rd round by the Tennessee Titans.
Yes.
Terrible. Just terrible. Doesn't even know. Can't even play in the NFL. It's so bad. So, I mean, it's getting worse and worse. Now, granted, I do think you'll occasionally get the year where, like, I don't know, so-and-so, like Tulane last year came out of nowhere. Tulane, they beat USC in a bowl game. Now, granted, they were going up against a defense with a guy that shouldn't even be a defensive coordinator on the high school level, let alone the college football level. But, I mean, Tulane was worthy. I mean, the group of 5 will continue to produce teams, but there is no top 25 team in the group of 5, in my opinion, this year.
No.
So I would just put Liberty in there because they're the only undefeated team, but that's the only pushback. So from what you said, that's the only pushback I would have. But number 1, Michigan, number 2, Washington, number 3, Florida State, number 4, Texas. If you want to tell me Texas should be 3 because they have the better resume, fine. I disagree with that. I'll put the undefeated team ahead. But
okay. All right, McD.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here, man.
I will be calling in tomorrow if they put those SEC teams in that don't deserve
All right, McD.
And
thanks a lot, man.
Boycotts. Have a good night.
All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We're looking at the scintillating Liberty schedule and all these marquee wins over Bowling Green by 10. And, they beat Sam Houston by 5. This is just a mess. They're like the 60th best team in the country. Yeah, somewhere in that range. All right. Adam's here. Adam, what's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I am doing just fine. What's going on?
I'm doing great. Thanks for giving me a chance to call in. I just have a few brief points. The 4 best teams should be in no matter what. And for me, the 4 best teams are number 1, Texas. Number 2, Alabama. Number 3, Georgia. Number 4, Michigan. I'm not choosing FSU because they don't have Jordan Travis and they're a different team. And I'm not choosing Washington because they have like the 93rd or 4th ranked defense in the country and struggled against, I believe it was Oregon State and Arizona State. And I'm not choosing Ohio State because they were behind at the half against Rutgers and struggled against Indiana and Maryland in the first half. So that's my first point.
Okay. And so none of the teams that you selected ever struggled against anyone? Not against anyone like South Carolina or Auburn or Arkansas or TCU or Houston or anyone like that?
Well, I'm looking at the teams now. I'm looking at what
Oh,
Texas just
but
did.
you're looking at the teams now, Adam, but you're talking about how these teams that you didn't select struggled 10. You're talking about Ohio State struggling against Indiana in a 20-point win the first week of the season, and then you're talking about how you're looking at the way the teams are playing now.
And Ohio State also lost to Michigan. That's why I would put
You
Michigan above
understand
Ohio
you're
State.
talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Well, I think when you look at the teams on the field, what Texas did, what Bama did today, those
And what Georgia did today,
losing by 3. Okay, I mean, and having previously been undefeated, and like I said, FSU does not have Jordan Travis. They're a different team, and
Sure.
Washington. I'm sorry,
Ohio State's previously undefeated.
Okay, so we could have a debate about whether Michigan or Ohio State goes in there, but I will tell you, Washington should not be in there. They are the 92nd or 93rd defense in the country. Now, one thing I'll say is this. You said on this show that you don't believe Washington should be in, and I believe you also said
No. I said
No,
I don't
rephrase
believe
that.
they're one of the 4 best teams in the country. I believe that they should be in. Those are 2 different things.
Right. So my point is this. You said you don't think Washington is one of the 4 best teams, and I think you may have said that you don't think that FSU is one of the 4 best teams.
No, I don't.
Well, then why would you say that they should be in the college football playoff?
Because what I think should not matter.
No, I think it should matter because I don't think it's that subjective. I think you can look at a team's strength of schedule, you can look at their offensive, defensive lines, their skill players, and you can make a judgment. And I think that judgment, I mean, if we assume what you're saying is true, it proves too much. Then it means we shouldn't have any rankings or any playoff whatsoever. Okay,
Well, Adam, so understand that even though I argue with you, I think that you have good points, and I agree with many of them. And even the ones I don't agree with, I still think that they're valid arguments. But here's the problem: that if we're not going to go by the results on the field and we're just going to go by what we think, then why wouldn't we, after the national championship game, say, you know what, in 2017, I thought Georgia outplayed Alabama, but Alabama won the national championship game. Why wouldn't we just say, you know what, Georgia really played better. Alabama just got lucky and had some breaks go their way, but Georgia really won the national championship because they're better. So we're not going to give the national championship to Alabama, even though they won the game on the field. We're going to give it to Georgia because we just think they're better.
But I'm not saying I think they're better. I'm pointing to objective facts. FSU doesn't have their starting quarterback, and Washington's defense is terrible. And my real problem is this, Mark, and I respect your opinion and the opinion of, everybody else. But when you say, I think this team is among the 4 best in the country, but they shouldn't be in the playoffs, that's the problem. Because you know what you say matters. You've watched how many college football games? I think there's a way to objectively measure who the 4 best teams are. I mean, do you think that Alabama, who beat Tennessee Chattanooga 66-10, is a better team than them? I would suspect you would say yes, that they are.
Absolutely.
So there's a way to determine who is better even when it's close. And when FSU loses Travis and Washington has a defense that gives up 42 points to USC and barely beats Oregon State, and you look at what Bama did today, you look at Georgia's record and how Texas has been dominant and Michigan's defense, those are the 4 best teams. Now, maybe in a different order, sure. But my problem with the callers and some of the opinions is that a lot of people are saying, well, the 4 best teams are really this, but these other teams should make it. That's BS in my opinion. The best teams should win out. And that's my view on it. And I think you can objectively measure that. My real problem is not the fact, the best teams should matter. My problem is who is deciding who the best teams are.
Yeah.
The committee. So do you get where I'm coming from?
I get what you're coming from. And we had a similar conversation the other night, and we came to some agreement that if you put 13 people together, even if you took the 13 best football minds that you could find, they would still have some disagreements. There would be disagreements. Let's also understand that what I'm not understanding about this committee. Let's say the committee goes ahead and they leave out Florida State. They're not going to leave out Washington. We know that. But let's say they leave out Florida State and just say injured quarterback. They're not one of the 4 best teams. Well, why haven't they been applying that criteria even as recent as last year and leave out TCU?
Well, that's my point. My point is that they should have left out TCU because the result of that is that you got them losing 65-7 against Georgia. The 4 best teams, sure, that's going to cause a lot of controversy. But if you get people in a room who have actually watched these teams and use objective metrics like what's their strength of schedule? How are their skill players? How have they performed? I mean, give me a break. You can tell that Washington should not be in the top 4, and you even said that. FSU without Travis should not be in the top 4. So when people say they shouldn't be in the top 4, but they should be in anyway, that doesn't make any sense to me because we deserve to be fair to these players. And the best teams are Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and Michigan in whatever order you want to put them in. And maybe, sure, there would be a disagreement with Ohio State, but certainly that would be within the realms of reasonableness. Okay, but putting Washington and FSU in is not. And people might disagree, but I don't agree with your position that it's almost impossible to determine who the 4 best teams are. I think there's a way to get close to it. And, perfection is the enemy of the good, as they say. So you might not be perfect, but you're at least having the right consensus about what the goal is.
So, Adam, let me ask you this. What is the objective of every team when they kick off any football game?
To win.
Okay. It's their objective to win that game. Washington has gone out 13 times and Florida State 13 times, and they have met that objective every time.
Okay. And what if Florida State and Washington played lesser competition? What if it was shown in those games that Washington has a defense that is 92nd or 93rd in the country? And what if FSU loses not only their first-string quarterback, but their second? That matters. And right now, that means they're not the best team. That's why I don't believe you should just go strictly on record or conference championship. You have to look, who are the best teams? And I think you and I would agree on 3 of those 4, like I think we said maybe last night. But if you get 15 people in a room who are watching and who are looking at metrics like strength of schedule, their skill players, how they've performed on the field, we would have never had a TCU problem. But we're inviting the same TCU problem by letting in FSU and Washington.
So Oregon has lost 2 extremely close games. And I believe Oregon has a top 2 or 3 offense in the country, and their defensive metrics are not bad. I don't know where they stand. I think they're in the top 20 defensively in regards to yards per game given up. So why don't we, despite losing 2 games, have Oregon in the playoff, or at least under consideration?
Well, I think that's a good point. And I would have put Alabama in with 2 losses instead of TCU. This year, though, I don't think Oregon was – certainly they weren't as good as Washington because they lost twice to Washington. And Washington has a terrible defense. So I would have taken both of them out. And I would have also taken out FSU. How can you put FSU in without Jordan Travis? They will get crushed by Alabama. They will get crushed by Texas. They will get crushed by Georgia. And people may not agree, but at the end of the day, what you say, why did they go onto the field and play these games? To show that they are among the top 4. And when people say, these are the top 4 teams that should be in, but I'd actually choose to have these other teams because I guess they deserve it. That's a bunch of BS. All you're basically saying is that you don't want the 4 best teams in. And I don't agree with that approach because I don't think that that's fair.
Well, other people don't believe it's fair to have teams win every game and get left out just because of observation.
Well, if Alabama was in the ACC or Georgia was, I'm sure they'd be 13-0 too. Record doesn't tell enough. I think you have to go from the position that 4 best teams should be in, and record shouldn't be dispositive on that. But again, I guess we respectfully disagree. But I would just say that you can't simultaneously say Washington shouldn't be in, but then you say they should.
Well,
that's where we disagree.
It seems as though we generally agree, because I think we went historically over a few recent examples that we generally agree who the 4 best teams have been and are this season, but we don't agree on how teams have earned playoff spots.
That's a fair point, Mark. And I'm going to, I'll keep it concise because I want to let other callers get in, but I really appreciate, talking with you again. And thanks for a great show.
Well, thanks, Adam. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I certainly understand everything Adam's bringing to the table. And like I said, there's a difference between having an argument and at least my response being, okay, your argument makes absolutely no sense. I do this many times here where I say, you don't know what you're talking about. That makes no sense because of A, B, and C. Then there are other times that I say, I don't agree with your opinion, or I don't agree with, or I don't believe that that is the best way, but I understand. I totally get where you're coming from, and it has validity to it. And that's where I would place Adam's argument right there. He stated the 4 best teams in the country are Texas, Bama, Georgia, Michigan, based on his evaluation and metrics. And regardless of record and who won what and what head-to-head or whatever happened, he believes that those 4 should be chosen because we have selected, or the committee has selected, teams that have obviously shown that they were not capable of playing well in the college football playoff. 2015 Ohio State was one of the 4 best teams in the country. Shoot, they were an NFL team. But Michigan State won the Big Ten championship. So they went in and they got pasted by Alabama 38-0. That would have been a colossal game. 2015 Ohio State, Alabama. We had Cincinnati reach a playoff with a horrendous schedule. I put it up here earlier. They struggled with Navy that year and a whole bunch of other American Conference teams, but they were undefeated. So they went in, just like TCU last year, that walked a high wire the entire season. And many of us anticipated that it was going to be ugly. TCU against Georgia. I didn't expect 65-7. I think I picked that to be like 42-17. So I expected like a good 25-point rout. All right, let's keep it moving here. We got Jonathan on the line. Jonathan, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, Mark?
I am doing just fine.
I'm trying to remember here. It's late here. Isn't Notre Dame one of them examples too?
Which
Didn't they
year?
get in the playoff and they got like mollywopped?
Yeah, in 2018.
That's right. Okay. I just hope the committee, like someone was saying about consistency, is Ohio State loses on the road. I know you and a couple callers said loses a close one on the road to Michigan, falls 4 spots.
And Michigan's going to be the number 1 team now.
Yeah. And my pushback on what Jeffrey was saying, I've been on here since Jeffrey was on, about Alabama is like Georgia should fall just as far as Ohio State, because it was a neutral site, and he just kept bringing up Auburn and Auburn and Auburn, and other callers have brought up USF, but like he didn't bring up Arkansas. You brought up Arkansas. What about Texas A&M? They just fired their head coach.
Another one, 7-5.
Yeah. And now people are saying that on TV. I just watched a bunch of YouTube videos of Heather Dinich and all that about Alabama winning helped Texas because now it's going to vault both of them into the playoff. I don't like that. I don't like that. Texas is going to get in because Alabama won. No, Texas is going to get in because they beat Alabama. And the point you brought up earlier, you hit it right on the head. The ESPN, SEC, I don't know if you want to call it a partnership or whatever it is, it's a joke. I remember calling last year telling you something about like 80% of the SEC is owned and operated by ESPN or something like that.
Yeah.
But why can't they do it like the Super Bowl where every year it alternates networks? Because then you can see why fans get so angry. And if by chance they somehow put Georgia and Alabama in this playoff, I don't think I'm watching a single playoff game. And I don't know. The Florida State thing, the one caller was saying about it's our third string quarterback, Ohio State got in. I'm sorry, no offense to Florida State. Dwayne Haskins would have been a starting quarterback on multiple FBS schools. Or not Dwayne Haskins, sorry, Cardale Jones.
Yeah.
He would have been a starting quarterback on multiple FBS schools. Who knows who this kid is? Like, and the second string quarterback didn't look great against Florida. So
no, Cardale Jones, and that was my point.
Yeah.
To the caller, Chris, was that Cardale Jones, the committee got to see one audition, and that audition was over the top remarkable.
Yeah. But I think, like, as much as I want Florida State to get in because I think they deserve to get in because they're undefeated. But I don't want them to get in because it seems like lately, every year, it's a butt whooping after a butt whooping. If you think about it last year, Ohio State, Georgia, Ohio State was a Marvin Harrison injury and a field goal away from taking down the number one team.
Yeah. Either or.
Yeah. But the TCU game was pretty bad against Michigan, and then the Georgia TCU game was pretty bad. I'm trying to remember when would you say was the last playoffs that all three matchups were pretty good?
Oh, it's never happened.
Yeah. So I'm excited for the 12-team playoff. I can't wait to get in. I did want to ask you, I was talking to a buddy of mine at Bowling Alley Thursday night. I said, now, do you think I wanted to ask you, do you think Notre Dame is pretty much a shoe-in as long as they don't lose more than one game into that 12-team playoff? Do you think they're one of those teams where, because they schedule a bunch of big-time schools?
Well, I've gone through.
I'm a Buckeyes fan, by the way, too. I'm not a Notre Dame fan. I was just wondering.
Well, I've gone through the last, at least through the college football playoff era, but I even went before that when the 12 team was announced and put all those seasons into a 12-team playoff to determine, okay, what kind of decisions would have had to have been made at that cutoff point of 12 teams or 11 Power 5 teams, basically. And you pretty much, if you go 10-2 in a Power 5 conference, you're going to reach the college football playoff. And then that cutoff point is 9-3 or 10-3 if you go to a conference championship game, which is going to be interesting to see if they're going to penalize teams for losing conference championship games or not, because you could be ranked, 11th in the country and lose a conference championship game, and you're going to drop, and it did not pay to go to the conference title game. Anyway, Notre Dame's going to go to playoff games at 11-1.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm pretty sure I didn't know the answer to this, but do you think teams should be penalized for playing an extra game, that conference title game? Or is it like it just depends on how they look? Like if you go out there and get looking like Iowa, maybe you should be penalized for it. But
I think it's another data point. It's another evaluation point, and they run the risk of looking and increasing and improving their resume or detracting from it. So it has to be evaluated. You can't just ignore it and say, Wisconsin lost 59-0, but they came into this game number 11 in the country, but we're going to forget that they lost 59-0. It's an evaluation. It's another game that they played. I think it's unfortunate.
Right. Do you think, well, my buddy made a comment the other day. I laughed. He said that the new playoff is pretty much going to be SEC versus Big Ten. with all the teams coming over from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten, all the
Yeah.
teams from the Big 12 going to the SEC. He's like, it's pretty much SEC versus Big Ten plus ACC and Notre Dame.
Pretty much, you're taking the SEC and the Big Ten, then you're adding the two best brands from the Big 12, the two teams that had the best record this year, even though Oklahoma State made the championship game. Oklahoma and Texas had the two best records, 11-1, 10-2. Then you're
Yeah.
taking the current probably three best programs. I know USC fell off this year, and then UCLA is more like fifth or sixth from the Pac-12, and obviously that entire conference is folding. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting how the committee is going to approach it, because if they just go by record, then there's going to be more of an equal balance to giving more spots to ACC and Big 12 teams. But if, let's say, the SEC and the Big Ten dominate the first few years of the playoffs, then they're going to start to give favoritism to those conferences. Or if those conferences are winning their out-of-conference games at a very high rate, then they're going to bypass. It's going to be almost like it is now, that going 9-3 in the Big Ten is going to equate to a 10-2 team or an 11-1 team maybe in the Big 12.
Right. Now, this is a question for like next year. So say, like, you know how Alabama scheduled Texas out of conference, Ohio State scheduled Notre Dame out of conference, and when it comes down to like stuff like this, yes, Alabama's got the SEC championship game. But do you think committee would ever looks at like, or well, Ohio State scheduled out of conference won their game, Alabama scheduled out of conference lost their game at home? Do you think that they'll actually, you know, all the talking points that they used this year, do you think some of those pretty much go away next year based off of the brand of what teams are getting? Like this year, like they threw Clemson in there. Nobody thinks Clemson's a top 25 team. Maybe you do. I didn't get to watch your top 25 that actually makes sense this week.
Yeah, I do. Not by much, but I do. And they do as well. The committee has them 23rd.
Yeah, 23rd. But this was what, the first time they've been ranked, right? In the college, the CFP? Okay.
Well, since they fell. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So like I was thrown off a little bit by that. I do want to just bring up one more thing. It is kind of crazy how things happen in sports, because all week they talked about Bama beating Georgia, Bama being the first team outside the top, what was it, 7 or 8 or something like that to make the top 4 at the end of the year. And now here we go, Bama beat Georgia. Now here we go. Looks like Bama's probably going to get in the top 8 or top 4. It's just crazy in my mind how it's like it's being talked into existence all week long, and then it happens.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't get to watch any games. I had to work this morning, so I mean, I guess it's nice to have a week off from watching sports, because I mean I got to watch the Browns tomorrow, so my blood pressure needed a break today. So
who are the Browns playing tomorrow?
They got the Rams tomorrow. Joe Flacco's the quarterback.
Oh, that's right. I heard that.
Yeah, so
that's crazy.
Yep. I mean, they got a QB carousel. I did want to bring up my buddy's dad. He's a Buckeyes fan too. I guess that Ward kid from Washington State is in there in the transfer portal.
Yes.
How many does this Kyle McCord last year? Like next season, is that his last season, or can he leave? I guess what I'm asking is, what would you think about maybe Ohio State looking at the Ward kid from Washington State?
Yeah, if I was Ohio State, I would be looking in the transfer portal. Absolutely.
And then I just hope they don't look at DJ Uiagalelei, because I heard he went into the portal.
I don't agree with that either. We had Zach Smith on the other day, and he mentioned DJ, and I said, why would they go after him? No.
That's what I'm saying. I hope they don't look at him.
No.
You know? But I do like that Ward kid from Washington State. I think it's good on him that he's entering the transfer portal. I don't like the transfer portal. I never have, but it has benefited Ohio State, aka Justin Fields. But I liked McCord, but I also didn't. Like I said, he locked in on receivers way too early. Didn't know when to get off of them. But I mean, I still think he had a good season. But thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to get a couple points out. I just think Georgia should fall as many spots, if not further, than Ohio State because they lost to a worser opponent on the neutral field.
Yep. I hear you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Have a good night.
Yeah, as it stands right now in regards to the transfer portal and quarterbacks, we will dive into that, of course, in the next few weeks. But KJ Jefferson would be a guy that I would look at. All right, Kings of the North. Welcome in. There he is.
Hey, what's up, Mark? First of all, man, let me say my apologies for the other day, man. All right.
Oh,
You know what
for
I'm
you
saying?
playing some tunes there. Yeah. No, that's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
Just thought I'd throw that out there. To me, this is simple, man. You got 3 undefeated conference champions,
Yes.
and you got Texas that beat Alabama by 2 scores.
Yes.
What's so complicated?
That's my selection too.
I just don't understand what people are like trying to like. I just don't. That's what they're gonna do. I don't see how they don't do that.
Well, what other people are bringing into it, especially our caller 2 or 3 calls ago, is the evaluation of teams.
Yeah, but why do we play the games then?
So let's take a comparison of Texas and Georgia or Texas and Ohio State. Couldn't we make an evaluation and say Ohio State's better than Texas or Georgia's better than Texas?
I mean, sure you can. I mean, you could, believe in your head that they're better, but we play the games for a reason. And
Texas and Ohio State didn't play any games against each other.
Not against each other.
Just look at the resume and say Ohio State played better than Texas.
I mean, you can believe Ohio State's better than Texas, I guess, but for me, I mean, we play the games for a reason. They're 12 and 1.
That's my argument. We played games, and Ohio State didn't struggle against TCU or Houston or some of the other crappy teams that Texas struggled against. Ohio State didn't struggle against bad teams like Texas did. They both lost 1 game. Ohio State's got a much better loss. They lost on the road to the team that's going to be the number 1 team in the country. And we're 35 yards away from the end zone to win the game. And Texas lost to Oklahoma, who's like number 15 in the country. So Ohio State's got a better resume than Texas does.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't even going to argue Ohio State because I don't think they're even. I don't even think they're going to consider Ohio State.
Considered either, but I'm just following your logic.
I would pick Ohio State to beat Texas. I would pick Ohio State to beat Texas. If it was a neutral field, I would pick Ohio State. But to me, the games on the field should matter.
That's
your
what
conference.
I am presenting to you the games on the field.
I mean, okay. Who's got the? I guess Texas has the worst loss, 100%. But I would argue Texas has the better win.
Yeah, they have the better 1 win.
I would also argue Ohio State did struggle several points during the season. You got Indiana.
Not anything close to Texas.
No. I mean, and I think they should also, take into consideration how many weeks was Quinn Ewers out?
I don't know. I'd have to go back, maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think that should be taken into consideration. I mean, he's obviously a huge piece of that team.
Ohio State never played a game like Texas did against bad teams and almost lose. They struggled and won by 20-some points. Struggled in quotes. They didn't.
Yeah, look, I'm not arguing that Ohio State is better. I think Ohio State's better.
Well, I'm just combating your let's go by the games on the field. What's the big deal? What is everyone
Yeah.
arguing about? That's
I just, yeah, I don't know. I just think you got to put it in a conference champ that has arguably the second best win in the country now, behind Michigan over Ohio
same
State.
4 that I do.
And then also a couple callers ago, he said Michigan's strength of schedule is in the hundreds. That's false. You can look it up right now. It's 33rd. I don't know what he was talking about. That was crazy. But yeah, that was crazy. And I think the Penn State comment was crazy. I would take if Penn State played the same schedule as Florida State, and I guess this is going to go against the Florida State argument. But I think Penn State could go undefeated with that schedule.
Sure, they could.
Maybe LSU. LSU would be a little tricky.
Yeah, that'd be a good game.
I can see them go undefeated in that situation. But yeah, it's simple to me. We're gonna find out tomorrow about how that goes. I got a lot of concerns with my team right now, man. The O-line. I think Zach Zenner is and I think you saw that in this game. Losing Zach Zenner is huge.
Yeah, sure is.
And I think you saw that in the run game. I think you saw that in communication. I just think you saw that across the board. And I would, as a Michigan fan, I'd be nervous about going up against any of the teams in the playoffs if the O-line doesn't figure it out before then. Personally.
Yeah, except probably Washington would take the least advantage of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but man, and I know Iowa's got a great defense, but it still worries me, man. And the other part of it is too. I think Michigan called a very bland game on offense. I mean, there was no motion. They ran it up the middle. It felt like 90% of the time. The creativity you saw against Ohio State, that wasn't even there. None of it. So that's part of my hope is that they just kept it simple.
Yep.
And just called a very vanilla game. But yeah, the O-line definitely worries me, and I think FSU. They're not the best on offense right now, but I think that defense could cause some problems.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely worried. But yeah, my main thing calling here is, man, I think the SEC's out, and I think anybody that's doing this 4-team, best team argument. I mean, the committee has a vast history of putting in teams that kind of lean more towards the deserving side than the best team side.
Yes.
To me, they've done that more often than not. So I think they're continuing with that, and I think that's gonna be the 4. And honestly, that's the best 4 for Michigan. if Michigan was gonna have a playoff 4, that's what they would want. No SEC team, no rematch with Ohio State. And then if they get the 1 spot and they put FSU at 4, which I think they would do, even though I think the matchup on defense isn't the best, I mean, that's the best playoff a Michigan fan could ask for, matchup-wise, overall.
You're right.
So, that's all I got, man. Ain't got too much. I'll just call it the real. Look at that, man. No SEC team, man. Ain't that beautiful? All right, man. Peace out.
Appreciate it, man. All right. I am looking at the ESPN FPI. Somebody explain this thing to me. This is amazing. Let me pull this thing up here as I take this next call. Somebody explain this to me because yeah. So the ESPN FPI, I kind of get this. That, let's say, Nick, I'll get to you in 2 seconds. Okay. Michigan's number 1. Okay. Ohio State's number 2. Well, okay. Well, I guess if Ohio State was, let's say, theoretically the best team in the country, then they lost to Michigan, and that's the only team that could beat them in this theoretical formula, then they could be number 2. And theoretically, Penn State could be number 3 if the only 2 teams in the country that are better than them, they lost to Michigan and Ohio State. But I just don't see anything on Penn State's schedule other than losing to Michigan and Ohio State that warrants them being number 3. Oregon's at number 4. And this is where this formula must not take head to head. They just flushes everything out to be equal because Washington's way down here at number 13. So basically, Washington beats Oregon twice, and Oregon's number 4 and Washington's 13. This means that the rest of Washington's performances must be like barely top 20 level. And then them beating Oregon raises them up to 13. So I kind of get some of it. Like at the top, I kind of get it. But Oklahoma? How is Oklahoma number 8? They played an awful schedule. Awful schedule. Yeah, the rest of it doesn't make any sense. And Florida State, I get it that they didn't play a great schedule and they barely won some of these games and they're number 11. Yeah, that FPI is screwed up. All right, let's get to Nick. Nick, how you doing tonight?
Hey, good, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, good to talk to you. So big fan of the show, by the way. You do a great job.
I appreciate it.
So 2 things I want to talk about. First, I'll give you like my top 4, my opinions on that. And then the second thing is kind of about TV viewership and sort of some of the conversations going around that in relation to the teams that get into the playoff.
Yes.
So first thing, my top 4, got Michigan number 1. And I think they're just there because, well, they were the number 2 team and Georgia lost. So Michigan's there, took care of everyone on their schedule pretty solidly, I guess, except Maryland. Number 2, I have Washington, another team that's just done their job. I think they should be at number 2. I don't necessarily think that they're the number 2 team in the country, but they should be there. Number 3, I got Florida State. And this is like the biggest thing, this whole thing going on. I saw, I'm a Michigan fan, by the way. So I'm watching, the big noon kickoff guys, talking after the game. And they were so dismissive of Florida State. Like they wouldn't even consider them, honest. Like not one guy on that broadcast, not Urban Meyer, Mark Ingram, Brady Quinn. None of them. They're just like, it's sad for Florida State. They're just not going to be in. And I'm like, I think you guys couldn't be more out of touch here because the committee, like the last caller just talked about, they base things a lot on who's the most deserving team. And Florida State, I know they're not better than Alabama. I know they're not better than Texas, but they should be in because they went undefeated. And Alabama, for me, it's like they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is what it is. They're not going to get in. It's kind of like last year. I'd say this year is a bit more controversial, but like last year, TCU, 1-loss team, Alabama, 2-loss team. Alabama should have probably been in over them, but they had one more loss, and we're in the same position this year. And I think Florida State, I know the quarterback situation and all that. They went 13-0. And the reason I put them in number 3 over Texas at number 4 is just off that 13-0. You went 13-0, so you get a reward for that, I think. And that is you're not going to be ranked below a team that has 1 loss, even if that team is better than you. And that team's Texas. Texas should be in at number 4. So before any other fans try to say, oh, you're trying to take the easy way out as a Michigan fan, you don't want to play Alabama. We're going to play the team most likely that beat Alabama. So we're not taking the easy way out there. Yeah. And I think that could be the de facto national title game right there. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, I believe those are the 4 teams that should be selected because they've earned it. I do not believe they're the 4 best teams in the country. In fact, I only believe that one of them is in the top 4, although I think Texas is very close. But then again, that's just my opinion, and my opinion should not be selecting playoff teams. It should be more objective than that. And so I'm right there with you. We have rarely had a one-loss conference champion in the Power 5 not make the playoff. That's only happened a couple times. I'm only thinking of one. It's probably happened more than that. I'd have to go through every year.
Was that Penn State? That was the one loss?
No, they lost 2 games. So
That's right.
in 2014, TCU and Baylor tied for the Big 12 championship, but that was the Big 12's fault in not determining who their champion was. So they kind of screwed themselves going into the whole situation. If you're not going to have a system to determine one champion, then you're screwing yourself. So anyway, TCU and Baylor in 2014 both had one loss, conference champions. They didn't make it. Ohio State in 2018, 13-1. They didn't make it. And I think that's it off the top of my head.
Who did in 2018? Who did Ohio State? Who were they? Like, which team got in over them? I'm forgetting.
Oklahoma. So the controversy there was Oklahoma's 12-1, Ohio State's 12-1. They both win their conferences, but Oklahoma had the advantage of, number one, they got to avenge their loss. They played Texas, whom they lost to in the regular season, in the Big 12 championship game. Ohio State didn't get that opportunity. Plus, Ohio State had that egregious, awful 4-touchdown loss to Purdue. And so even though Ohio State had a better strength of schedule and beat like 4 top 15 teams, Oklahoma got into the playoff.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I forgot about that Purdue loss. So going,
which is actually the last time Ohio State lost to any team in the Big Ten outside of Michigan.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying they're 40-0.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think. I mean, just quickly before we get to the TV viewership thing, I wanted to talk about quickly the Ryan Day thing with him being. I think he's on the hot seat now. I don't think he's going to get fired this year. But I do think he's on the hot seat now after this 3rd straight loss to Michigan. Yeah. I think if he loses to Michigan next year, he's done. I think that like that's going to be like that John Cooper moment, because I believe John Cooper back in the 90s. Sorry, this is a little bit before my time. I was born in 95, but I believe
in my wheelhouse. So keep going.
John Cooper lost his first 3 games to Michigan, I think. Or was it the first 2 or 3? I think it was on his 4th try he finally got a win. And that was like the story I've read is that basically the athletic director of Ohio State was like, you better win this game or you're out. And I think that's kind of where Ryan Day is going to be. And I think Ryan Day is probably a better coach than John Cooper. I mean, I know that Cooper recruited very well. So does Ryan Day.
It's difficult to compare the 2 tenures because, number one, Ryan Day took over one of the 3 best programs in the country. John Cooper took over Ohio State in pretty bad shape,
right,
for Ohio State. And so he went 4-6-1 his first year and lost to Michigan in 88, 89, 90, 91. He lost his first 4, and then he only tied Michigan in 92. Then he lost again. So he was 0-5-1 his first 6 years against Michigan before he finally won.
Who? Cooper?
Cooper.
Oh my God. I didn't realize. I thought it was like his 4th game that he won. All right. So, well, yeah. And also we're in a different era now, an era of less patience. And
yes,
I just think with the way Ohio State is, like I've heard you and Steve Days talk about this. Look, I'm a big Michigan fan, but I will give full respect to Ohio State as a program because I don't like a lot of their fans. I don't like the fanaticism. I don't like some of the rudeness that comes out. But as a program, I respect Ohio State because they haven't had a down period since the 60s, I think, or the 50s or so, since before Woody Hayes got there. And so I think for them, they just have this standard where, because I've always hear people say, well, Harbaugh went 0-5 and Michigan still kept him. Well, it's just different. it's just different at Michigan. It's different between the states and the culture and all this and that. I think we give a little bit more leeway in the state of Michigan, not just at the University of Michigan, but around the state of Michigan. We give a lot more leeway to people. In Ohio, there's more fanaticism surrounding
Well,
football.
just to give you one other indication, Nick, in what you're saying is I doubt if Jim Harbaugh has said anything close to this. But Ryan Day, if you listen to his weekly news conferences, he says this about every other week. I realize I need to win every game. He says that almost like every other week.
Yeah.
Like, I realize I can't lose any games here. Urban Meyer made the comment. This was just a couple of weeks ago when the Ryan Day conversation came up when he was on Fox. Urban Meyer said, I was handed 2 goals when I took over the head coaching job at Ohio State. 2 goals. Number 1, graduate your players. Number 2, win every game.
Yeah, it's a crazy standard. And I mean, I think you can just see it. You can see it in Ryan Day. You know, you see it in his face. Like he's, I think, starting to crack underneath that. And look, I think, okay, here's the thing. Michigan goes like 8-4 or whatnot. Like that's a bad, 7-5, 8-4. That's a bad season for Michigan. That's bad. But Michigan can kind of, like, especially if they go and win the national title this year. If Michigan goes 9-3 next year, I'm not going to care.
Sure.
I'm not going to care. But if Ohio State goes 9-3 next year, there'll be a meltdown, an absolute meltdown, and he will. And I feel like if he loses to Michigan again, I feel like with that standard that is there, even if it is going 11-1 or 10-2, I think he's gone. But moving on from that, the TV viewership thing. So I just want to get to that real quick. Okay, so I hear a lot of talk, people saying, well, they want to put Alabama or Georgia Georgia's out, by the way.
One other stat at you, because I just
Sure.
added this up in my brain on that conversation. If you take out the interim year between Tressel and Urban Meyer in 2011, do you know the last time Ohio State did not win 11 games in a season?
Oh my God.
2009, they went 10-3.
That was the last time?
I'm sorry, 2008, they went 10-3. That's the last time they did not win 11 games.
Oh my God. That's just sad. It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. And I've talked to Ohio State fans before and said, listen, and they don't believe me. And I'll say, listen, a down period is eventually coming. It cannot go on forever. Eventually it will happen. If it's 10 years from now, if it's 5 years from now, if it's 40 years from now, it's going to happen. And I just, as a Michigan fan, I'm going to enjoy it because, like, how are they going to react? I mean, they've lost 3 straight to Michigan, and they're losing their minds over this, especially this third loss, I think, has really done it. And they're losing their minds. And I'm just like, I don't know. It just, to me, it's not the program. The program is not spoiled. The fans are spoiled of Ohio State. They're very spoiled for what they've gotten to enjoy. And it's not their fault that they're spoiled, but they're spoiled. It's like, being born into a rich family. It's not your fault who you're born to. It's just these fans are spoiled. And you're seeing this irrationality, if that's a word, them being irrational. It's coming out now because, just with this third straight, I mean, you think things are bad right now with a third straight loss to Michigan. How bad are things going to be if they go 9-3 next year? And that's a very strong possibility because I think Oregon's kind of got their number in a way. I know it's been a few years since they've played, but Oregon's still a tough ass team. I'm glad Oregon's not in the playoff. Oregon, I think, I'm pretty sure they play next year. I think Oregon's coming to the horseshoe. I think Oregon can win. Michigan, I think, can win, of course. And I'm not going to go through Ohio State's whole schedule right now for next year.
There's something you said, Nick, a few minutes ago. I produced a video. This has been a long time ago, 3-4 years ago. I produced a video because we always use a phrase that you used, like, when is the last time somebody was down? Like, this team was down, that program was down. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to do a video on this, and I'm going to go through all the elite programs, whether they're elite now or, all the elite programs, like 10 or 12 of them, and talk about when the last time they were down, whether they're down right now, like Florida State was at that time, or fine. And so then my next thought was, okay, what does down mean? And so I had to come up with a condition, a benchmark for what meant when you're down. And so I thought to go at least 3 consecutive years without playing for your conference championship on the final weekend of the season. And I went through all these teams: Florida State, Miami, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame. They've all been down like in the 90s, 2000s. I had to go back before Woody Hayes in the late 1940s, before Ohio State was not competing for its conference championship on the final weekend of the season for 3 straight years.
It's impressive. It's really impressive. And it's why I respect them so much as a rival. And I'm glad to have them as a rival. And when Ohio's, when some of their fans are disrespectful towards Michigan and all that, like that's where like the difference lies in a lot of ways for me. It's like, all right, look, I'll be open about the respect that I have for you guys. But, if you're not going to try to if you're not even going to attempt to return that respect, that's where you kind of lose me. And I know Michigan has had a down. I mean, Michigan from 69, from Bo's first win over OSU until 2007, was not down really ever. I mean, I know there was like a season or two in the 80s where they went like 6-6, but then they'd bounce back right away.
Once.
Yeah, once. And then
Bo Schembechler's run was extremely impressive, consistent.
Right.
He was there 21 years. I think he finished in the top 10 17 times. Like they were always boom, 10-1, 9-2, 10-1, 10-1, 10-1.
And he set up the 90s, really. He set it up and they took advantage of that, with Moeller going into Carr and all, and that's why I think it was. See, I was born in 95. So the first games I remember as a Michigan fan were against MSU, Braylon Edwards game, the overtime games. Those were like my first games. And then 06 was my first. Think about this for somebody. My first distinct memory of Michigan OSU was 1-2. And, now looking back on that, that was the turning point. That was the beginning of Michigan going down. I mean, people always say Appalachian State, but really, I think it was that lost OSU. I think it was just the deflation of the devastation of losing that game that led to things falling apart for Michigan. And at that point, Carr had lost to Tressel now like several times in a row. So I think that added to it. And yeah, I mean, they had a down period. And here's the thing, like if you go through that down period, like I had to as a Michigan fan throughout my teenage years into my early adult years, it just makes you so much more grateful for when your team finally gets back on the upswing. So my message to a lot of these Ohio State fans would be like, look, if you guys do end up having a down period, which I honestly don't think it's going to happen really like in the next few years. I mean, look at it. They're, going 11-1, this and that. We'll see with the additions from the Pac-12 if they're able to sustain that or not. But, if it does happen and if they do end up going through a down period, like this stuff humbles you. Going through this as a fan, it humbles you. And then it makes you appreciate when you get back on the upswing. Because I just can't. Well, the thing I can't relate to is they've lost 3 straight to Michigan. But it's like they act like it's the end of the world. Some of these fans, like it's their birthright to win every year. You can't win every year. You just can't. And anyways, moving on to the viewership thing. So I've heard a lot of discussion about, okay, Alabama, the committee's going to put Alabama in, or Georgia. Georgia's out, by the way. I don't think that's even really a discussion at this point. But putting Alabama in because of ratings. They got to get Alabama in there because of ratings. And I don't think that's as succinct a point, as they think it is. I think that, look at it right now, Michigan and Texas. So say Michigan's the number 1 team, Texas is number 4. Those 2 programs draw huge ratings. That'll be a ratings bonanza for the networks, having those 2 teams in. Washington draws one part of the country, and Florida State draws another part of the country. I'd say Washington's probably the weakest link in terms of viewers in there, but Florida State That's no small potatoes, I think, in terms of viewership.
True.
I think a lot of people are going to tune in for Florida State. So this idea that they got to get Alabama in there over Florida State to get more viewers, I don't know. I mean, look at the past few. I don't mean to cut you off, just real quick. Look at the past few years. Like, they were getting lower ratings. I mean, when Georgia and Alabama played in that title game a few years ago, I think the ratings were I heard they were a little bit down for that, and then they were really low last year for Georgia and TCU. But anyways, go ahead.
No, I wasn't interjecting at all, but we did do. So I know something about TV ratings. I worked for a TV network for 19 years, and I loved
Right.
even before then. I was really into TV ratings and looking at the ratings, and I look at World Series ratings and just all that stuff, and make the comparisons and so forth. And I did a series during the off season this past year and looked at all the TV ratings for 2022. Yeah, Michigan's extremely impressive. You know, when they are drawing 4 million people for playing Colorado State and Hawaii at noon, that's an impressive number. Another indication, Ohio State's obviously, they're one of the biggest TV draws. I could go through a bunch of metrics there. Texas, the Bama, Florida State. Now, I will say that Bama had some of the biggest ratings, but I also think it's because the teams that they match up against in the SEC also bring a crowd, like a Bama LSU game, obviously, Bama Tennessee, Bama, you know, some of those other matchups, Texas A&M, where Florida State only has a couple of those opportunities in the ACC with Clemson and Miami. But when Florida State, yeah, they certainly hold their own in regards to ratings. I guess maybe the consideration, let's say ESPN's just really focused on ratings and they're influencing the college football playoff committee. There could be some concern if they leave out the entire SEC.
Yeah, I mean, I laugh because I was texting a buddy earlier, and he just thinks, you know, he's a fellow Michigan fan, and he just thinks there's no way the SEC is going to get left out. And I said, don't be so sure about that. You know, I mean, because they have a record, the committee has a record of going by the most deserving teams. And if you do that, the SEC is out. And I just think it would be hilarious, just hilarious in the last year of the 4-team playoff if the SEC gets left out. And it's not even that big of a deal because you said it earlier. You made a great point to some other callers. Other conferences have gotten left out. I mean, think about it. The Big Ten has been left out, and we can, you know, I think we can both say the Big Ten is the second most influential conference, you know, the second most important, the second most powerful conference. And they've been left out a number of years in this playoff, you know, format. So the fact that it's like this idea that this one conference, you know, like they're this holy thing, this one conference, they cannot possibly be left out of the playoff. But really, the way, I mean, and I'm not, you know, we've went over this, but like, I'm not saying these teams in the top 4 are all better than the SEC. And even as a Michigan fan, I have to admit, you know, out of the 4 teams right now in the top 4 likely teams, I think Texas might be the only one that, you know, matches up well with Alabama and Georgia. Like, as a Michigan fan, I want to believe that we can beat an Alabama or we can beat a Georgia, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it happen. You know, I do think, I do want to ask you this on a Michigan note here, because I think it's going to be Michigan, Texas. I know some people are saying Florida State's going to be number 4, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be Michigan versus Texas in the semifinal, probably the Rose Bowl. How do you think Michigan might match up well with Texas? Because I haven't watched a lot of Texas football here, but they do pass the ball a lot. They do have, you know, they rely on the receivers quite a bit. And that is something that Ohio State, you know, We know they do that. Ohio State has a very good running back in Henderson, and I know Texas has a pretty good running back. I forget his name. But do you think maybe because Michigan has experience playing against like a high flying offense like Ohio State, that they might match up well with Texas in that aspect?
Yeah, I don't think it would be any kind of big shock to their system in regards to Sark and Ryan Day are both similar offensive minds and approaches and so forth. Now, Ohio State fans may argue with me about Ryan Day this year, but he's changed his approach because Kyle McCord didn't have the kind of chops that CJ Stroud and others did before him. So he's become more conservative. But when Ryan Day was cutting it loose with Stroud or Justin Fields at quarterback, that was a different deal. And their offense in many ways looked very similar to what Texas does. I would say, yeah, Texas has this running back Brooks, who's a 1,000-yard back, although he has not been able to replace Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson. They were a wrecking crew. So they've taken a slight step back. And Cedric Baxter is their other big running back. He was the number 1 rated running back coming out of high school. So he's a true freshman. But their receivers are crazy. JT Sanders and Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell, who transferred from Georgia. So Ohio State fans know about him from seeing him in the playoffs last year. Where Michigan may run into an issue with Texas is their rush defense is really strong. You know, they played a back today in Ollie Gordon, who has been running through everyone. And Oklahoma State had a very strong rushing attack. And Texas, I think they're number 1, 2, or 3 in the nation in rush defense. And so if Michigan has to become a little one-dimensional and can't run the ball like they're accustomed to, that could be difficult. But I do think that while anybody has their hands full with Texas's wide receivers, Michigan, I think, has 2 of the better corners in the nation, as long as Will Johnson gets back and Mike Sanderstill. Those guys are phenomenal.
Right. Yeah. And I think that whole thing about, the second cornerback, the second outside corner, Josh Wallace.
Yes.
They've kind of been platooning Wallace and McBurrows out there. It hasn't really seemed to have turned into like a big issue that some people thought it was going to be. So, I mean, we'll see. Maybe it could be in a playoff game, but it hasn't seemed to have turned into a big issue. So I'm confident there that they can defend against the pass, even though Texas has ridiculous receivers. I've seen it. I've seen us do this against OSU. So I'm confident there. What I was going to ask you about again is Texas, their rush defense. I mean, I guess it might be an obvious answer. Is Texas on the line? Are their edge rushers like better than their defensive tackles, or is it vice versa, or are they just great all across the board?
Vice versa. It would be their D tackles or their strength.
Okay, because that Michigan's gonna have a really hard time running the ball then. Because against Penn State, what you saw happen was Penn State has these phenomenal edge rushers, Chop Robinson and the other guy, I can't remember his name. Phenomenal. But what Michigan did was Penn State was weak up the middle, so Michigan was just able to, I think that's why. I think it was very shrewd what Sharon Moore did, just running it up the middle like that. He was able to break Penn State. And I don't think you're going to be able to do that against Texas, especially with you saying their defensive tackles are elite. Now, if they're edge rushers, and here's the problem too, because their edge rushers maybe don't even have to be elite to give Michigan problems, because we're struggling at the tackle. But now Ladarius Henderson seems like he's doing all right, but Barnhart has been a real issue over there, and I feel like Michigan has got to go out there and they got to attack through the air. Not completely one-sided, they have to throw to set up the run. They have to do. I think that's what you got to do when you get into the playoffs. No matter who you are, you have to throw to set up the run. Washington's going to do it. They have a very good back, and that Dylan, I forget his last name. I think because if you look at last year, the TCU game, they didn't really let McCarthy just go until the second half. And obviously McCarthy put us in a hole with those 2 pick sixes. Those were colossal mistakes. But it's kind of amazing, that in the second half they were able to get back into that and only ended up losing by 6. Not to mention our defense also put in an awful performance throughout that game. So I think they have to, this whole McCarthy throwing for 140 and 150 yards, I'm not complaining about it throughout, these past few weeks because I don't care. I just want to win. But that's going to have to change. I think he is the key to them winning the national title. He's got to go out there and, they're going to have to put the emphasis on him throwing to set up the run, especially against Texas. You're just not going to be able to, I think, line up and run it right down their throats.
Yeah, Texas, certainly the way they've recruited, they're like playing an SEC championship caliber team.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I don't want to keep you too long. It's like 4 a.m. I need to go to bed. But very interesting conversation. And you know what? I mean, is there a slight part of me that wants the easy matchup in the semifinal? Yeah. But you know what? We had the easy matchup in the semifinal last year, and look what happened. We got embarrassed. And those players, I even read some interviews later on that some of those players, they weren't really taking the matchup that seriously. They were looking forward to Georgia. And I'm like, you just can't do that. And I think they've learned their lesson. I think they know that they cannot do that. But I like this. I do like this in a way because I think it's going to be Michigan versus Texas in the Rose Bowl, January 1st. And I like it because I think that a lot like when Ohio State played Alabama in the first college football playoff, and that was what I think Alabama was 1 and Ohio State was 4. That was like the de facto national title. After Ohio State won that game, you just knew they were going to beat Oregon.
Yeah, even though they were a 5-point underdog in that game, I couldn't believe it.
Against Oregon?
Yes.
Oh my! I mean, Ohio State turned the ball over 4 times and still won by 20.
Yeah,
I think.
Oh, so believe me, leading into that game, I thought all I was hearing it was like when Ohio State played Oregon 5 years earlier in the Rose Bowl, and heard for a month that they're too fast and they're too quick and they get run tempo and they're going to drive you crazy. And it's like, what? If we could look back on these rosters 5 years from now, who's going to have like 3 times as many NFL players? So I was not concerned with that. And yes, I thought the same thing. I thought this is the national championship game, Alabama, Ohio State. Yep.
Yeah. And once Zeke Elliott ran that 85-yard run, you just knew, you knew they were going to win. And then you just knew they were going to win the national title. I mean, they beat the best team in the land. And at that point, sometimes the semifinal, I think last year because of Michigan, how do I say this without swearing? Just laying
you need to
shit in the bed. They shit the bed. After Michigan doing that, because that game came before the Ohio State-Georgia game, you knew that the Ohio State-Georgia game was the de facto national title game. And I think we might be looking at that with Michigan and Texas. And that's not to just completely disrespect Washington and Florida State. I would say with Florida State, it's just that quarterback situation. Now, I think Florida State's defense could give Michigan a lot of problems. But I just think at the end of the day, the fact that we have a better quarterback, we win that game. And Washington, I look at everybody I think thought, that if Georgia wins, it was going to be Washington, Michigan in the Rose Bowl, 2 versus 3. And I like that matchup much better than Oregon because I look at Washington a lot like how I look at Ohio State. Like, it kind of Penix to me is like, similar to Stroud in some ways, and phenomenal passer, great. I think he's got a bit more mobility than Stroud, or is at least more willing to use it. They got a great back. They got a great offense. but that Michigan is designed, their defense is designed for that kind of offense to deal with it. And Washington's defense is a liability. So I like this, I think, for as a U of M fan, like, hey, if we get matched up with Texas, I don't want to hear any whining from Michigan fans. Like, this is it right here. This is probably the de facto national title game. Go and win it. You win that game, you're probably winning the national title. So, anyways, I'll let you go. Unless you got anything else to say, I'll let you go.
Nope, we're good. Thanks, man. I appreciate the call. Thanks, Nick.
All right, you take care. Have a good one.
Too. All right. Let's keep it rolling. We got Tim here. Look at this. Tim showing up tonight.
Jeez, Mark, I almost fell asleep. That guy needs his own show. That guy could talk for 3 hours if you wanted him to.
All right, we let people talk here. That's why people love us.
I guess. He got a lot to say. But so let's go just really quickly, because I know it's always a good call to call in right before you're ready to go to sleep. Because
you did ask me, by the way, that I'm not going to argue too much that way. You did ask me how many teams have won a Big Ten championship since the year 2000, and the number's 9.
9 Big Ten teams?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Michigan State, Purdue, Northwestern, Iowa, Wisconsin. Who did I miss? Illinois.
Shoot. Well, there's only been 9 from the Pac-12, so you got me. How about the last decade?
I will say that a caveat to that is that before 2012, before 2011, there were co-champions.
Right.
So they were not outright champions.
Well, a couple of those as well. Like I was at list Washington State. I think Cal. They were co-champions as well in the mid and early 2000s. What about the last 10 years though?
So if you're going since 2014 through 23, 2014, you go Ohio State, Michigan State, Penn State, Ohio State, Ohio State, Ohio State, Ohio State, Michigan, Michigan, Michigan.
4, not bad. Same with it's pretty good. Actually, it mirrors the Pac-12 as well, because then you're looking at USC, Washington, Oregon, Stanford, 4 as well. Anyway, your 4. So I've been listening for hours. What are your 4 teams?
Okay, the 4 best teams in the country.
Yeah. I know, not the most deserving, right? I'm with you on that. Who are the 4 best teams?
Oh, the 4 best teams in the country, in whatever order, are Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, and Michigan.
Okay.
The 4 teams that I would put in the playoff are Michigan 1, Washington 2, I guess Texas 3, Florida State 4. But those would be the 4 teams I would put in the playoff because they earned it.
So Ralph wants to know what my 4 teams are. Mine are I could easily say it's 4 best teams: Georgia, Alabama. I don't really mean this, but I could say it. And then Oregon and Washington. I mean, I could easily just say all this stuff because we don't know who's better, Oregon or Ohio State. There's no way we know that. But really, just more to the point, you were giving Washington a hard time about close games.
Yeah,
down the stretch. What about Texas?
I've talked about Texas for weeks. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they've been scraping by teams that are
Alabama.
A lot worse than Alabama, a lot worse than what Washington's done lately.
Pretty much in the same boat. I'd say it's pretty similar.
Okay. Well, did you watch? So you don't watch Game Day? You aversion completely to that?
I stopped watching that 20 years ago.
They brought Sankey on
something,
and it was shameless. It was so incredibly. You know what it was? It was like an SEC infomercial. And hey, let's face it, that is what ESPN is now. They are an SEC infomercial. They bring old Greg. They roll old Greg up there. They start talking about. He does this analogy to to Sesame Street. Which one's not like the others, right? You're trying to make this joke. I started thinking, you're right. The SEC only plays 8 conference games. They aren't like the other conferences. That's true. He's making some point about 15. There's like 5 teams in the top 25. Yeah, if you're playing like, I don't know who they play, like teams like Chattanooga or I don't even know who they play. That November warm-up game.
Fulfilling prophecy when you rank the teams the way you want to, and then the teams that you ranked beat the teams that you ranked.
And then half your conference gets one more loss because play a 9th conference game.
Yes.
I mean, it's just it was really bad.
Yeah.
I tend not to watch game day anymore, but I just, for some reason, I was watching this morning, and when that happened, I just said, this is just straight shilling now for the SEC. It's pretty bad. But that was really it. Last point, last caller, the caller. There'd be like 3 callers in a row talking about Washington's defense, Mark.
Yes.
What they keep forgetting is there's 2 parts to football. It's how many points you give up and how many points you score. Like Washington's like a top 3 or 4 offense in the country. Putting up
number 12 in yards. I don't know what they're.
No, I mean yards per play, not total yards per game.
Yeah, let's see here.
They got to be way up there. I know Oregon's like 2, SC's like 5.
Yeah, yards per play. Washington is. Whoa. Keep going. I'll find it.
Well, I was going to say, you have to realize that Washington played. I'm almost certain Oregon is the number 2 yards per play team in the country. Yeah. So they played them twice.
Yes.
Played USC once, who's number 5. Yes, our defense
USC
is trash.
Number 3.
Number 3. So our defense is trash, but our offense is just every bit of as good as it could be. And then you have what is Arizona?
11.
And then so they played Arizona as well. So that's 4 teams. But right, Oregon twice, USC number 11, and then what's Oregon State?
19.
Okay, so that's 2, 3, 4. That's 5 games they played against top 20. And most of them in the top, 11 range, right? Yeah. So when you say, "Oh, well, look how bad they're statistically looking at Washington and saying, look how bad their defense is," look at the offenses they played, And then when you want to talk about how good a defense is, let's look at the offenses in your conferences that you're talking about. So, yeah. I mean, and we've talked about this before. Are those offenses that good because of the defenses? And then are those defenses in other conferences good because there's no quarterbacks in your league? Whatever it is, there's a middle ground. And
yeah,
I picked against Washington. I thought for sure, the way, like you said, for the reasons you said, they have been, I'll put in quotes, struggling. But I mean, I put a lot more credit to some of these Pac-12 teams than other fans do. Arizona is on the upswing. They went to Fafita, and Fish is a great coach. That team's getting better and better and better. These are young teams, and as soon as they put Fafita in there, that offense looks totally different. It's going to be different because every single school in the country is going to raid that team's offense. They're going to lose some pretty good players, but they are a very, very good offense, and their defense is, I believe, is underrated. I'm not saying they're a top 20 defense, but you don't need a top 20 defense when you have one of the best offenses in the country. So that's all I'm saying. Remember, guys, yes, their defense might not be up there with a Ohio State or a Michigan or a Georgia, but they have a better offense than the teams I just named. Not even close, I don't think. Mark, you might push back on Ohio State, but if you need better quarterback play in order to
Ohio State's offense. No, I'm not going to push back on Ohio State's offense this year. It's still really good, but it's not anywhere close to elite because of the quarterback, and the offensive line came around, was good. It wasn't great.
And I thought that Washington, because Seattle, playing up in Seattle is just as tough as playing Eugene, 2 really tough places to play. So I said, well, Oregon went there, missed a field goal. They're going to have their revenge. And if you watch the coaching, that was coaching. Lanning and his on both sides of the ball was outcoached, outclassed by DeBoer in that game.
Yes.
And what really surprised me was how physical Washington was on both sides of the ball.
Friday night. Yes.
Yeah,
last
yeah.
night. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I was blown away.
I was too.
And so that's why I'm saying, everyone hold your horses on saying, yeah, well, Washington's not that good. If you have an offense like that and your defense can show up, I think they could play with a lot of damn teams. I really do. Are they going to win the national championship? I don't think so. I thought that Oregon, before that game, I thought Oregon had a really good chance, actually. And they got exposed a bit. Or is it just Washington is that good? I mean, I think people burying Washington this early might be surprised. I would tell you what, Michigan, they're a hell of a lot better than TCU was last year. I will tell you that right now. This Washington team is much better than that TCU team. There's no doubt about it.
I'll say that this Washington team playing at its best is better than that TCU team. I don't know that they played that much better week to week, but yeah, they showed that when they're playing at their best. And I know that they've been banged up at wide receiver. They've been banged up in the defensive backfield, and now they're getting healthier. And I think that's one big reason why they played so well against Oregon. And maybe that's just a good matchup for Washington because, like you say, I watched every play of the first matchup, and I still thought Oregon was better. But Lanning made questionable decisions. Some of them I just thought were flat out bad decisions, but some of them were just worked against him. And the field goal kicker missed a kick. Otherwise, they're going to overtime in Seattle. So they basically played an even game. And Oregon outgained them by 140 yards in Seattle. And then, as you well know, once they stepped off the field, Oregon played so much better the next 5-6 weeks than Washington, struggling against Arizona State and Stanford, etc., that I kind of fell into that Oregon was going to win that game. I thought it was going to be a good game, entertaining and so forth, but I just thought, Oregon's just playing too well. They're going to win this game.
Yeah, I said they'd cover. It was like 9.5, and I thought they were going to cover. I didn't think it was going to win
on that one.
Yeah. They've been without McMillan.
Yes.
And he's that third head of that aerial dragon attack they have. And I'd say he's probably the second best right behind Odunze. And Polk's not chopped liver, but McMillan last year was really balling. And he hasn't been healthy all year, but he's getting healthier. Plus Trice, I don't know if you know their rush end.
Sure.
That guy's been banged up. And man, you watched him in that game. He was in the backfield a lot.
Oh yeah.
So they're getting healthy at the right time. And
I watch these teams, Tim.
Yeah. Well, the only team you don't watch is USC. You watch Oregon and Washington. You just don't. I'm just kidding. I think that I do think that they might be your Cinderella sleeper, man. Because I think that they are that electric on offense. They really can light up the scoreboard. And if you don't have an athletic defense, if you're a big defense, I think that plays right in the hands of Washington. It really does. We've seen it. I mean, you guys, I know I'm in Big Ten country right now, in SEC country. But you've seen fast athletic teams light up stout physical teams a lot. And I think this could be a situation like that.
Now, what's going to be interesting next year, and we're not going to get into that, but since I'm looking at the yards per play, I flip to the defense, and to see these four Pac-12 teams come in, and of course they're going to be different. The quarterback play is going to be different, but still play callers, philosophies, all that, where yards per play defense, Penn State's number 1, Iowa 2, Ohio State 3, Michigan 4 in the country.
Your offenses suck, Mark. I'm just kidding. No, you're right. I mean, the truth, right? It's just like we were talking about. It's the flip side of both, right?
Yeah.
Is it the offenses are that good, or is it the defense is that good, or maybe
both.
it's somewhere in between? Because the offenses outside of what Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State, and maybe Maryland, outside of those four are pretty anemic.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And outside of like maybe UCLA, Washington, Utah, Oregon State, the defense is in the Pac. Arizona's actually gotten pretty good as well. Arizona. So outside of those, the defenses are very anemic. So yeah, it will be interesting. But two of those four teams, Washington and Oregon, have had pretty balanced defenses and offenses. I know we just talked about it, about how the defense is in like 70s and 80s. But that's gonna happen when you play 5 teams in the top 11 or 11, 13 in offense. It's going to skew your numbers. So,
Yes.
all right, you're tired. I know.
Well,
This is
we're
why
gonna
they call
find
it
out.
late.
Yes, we're going to find out in the morning, and I'll be here at noon Eastern to watch the playoff rankings come in.
And by the way, Matthew Rowley, defense wins championships. This is not the 1980s anymore. Okay. I think it's pretty much been proven. Who was it? There was a defensive coach, God, this year came out and said, no, offense wins. I can't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was, but it was like a coach who was known for defense asked that question, what's more important, offense or defense? And I think if you look at look at the SEC. Look what the SEC did. Look, especially like with Nick Saban, and they opened up those offenses. You cannot slug out these 10-3. Look at the game against Ohio State and Georgia last year. And you're not going to see these low scoring games, I think, anymore in these championship games. You need an offense that puts up points.
And that Ohio State, Georgia, that was with 2 defenses that ranked in the top 10 in the country going into that game. And then when they got together, they produced 42-41.
Well, that's what shows you what great you guys both 2 great offenses. That shows you what great offenses could do to great defenses. They can light it up.
There you go. All right, Tim.
All right.
Anything else?
No, I'm gonna save Anthony Danton Lynn for Monday. We'll talk about that. I'm pretty high on that, and I'm just ripped up that the Ducks lost. I gotta tell you, Mark, it's broke my heart. I don't know what to do with myself that the Ducks lost. It's just a sad day, sad weekend for me, knowing that the Ducks are not going to be in the playoffs.
Are you going to root for Washington?
Oh, absolutely. I like Washington. I genuinely like Washington. They kicked the crap out of the Trojans back in the early 90s, but watching those teams play, those Don James Dogfather teams, I don't know why. And they really laid it to USC a couple of times. I've always liked Washington. I just genuinely, they're like pretty much maybe Oregon State, Washington. Those are the 2 Ed Cal. Those are like the 3 programs I kind of have respected, since I've watched football. Those guys have been good, solid, good fan bases, good teams. So yeah, that's why I'm on the Washington. I'm on the Washington Huskies. I'm not going Pac-12, but I am rooting for Washington. It doesn't go that far.
All right. Well, we will see you Monday night, if not sooner.
All right, sounds good. All right, bye, Mark.
It's our guy Tim Prangley, hosts many of our shows on the USC channel. Does a remarkable job there. Post-game, call-in shows, all of it. And then Tim, Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire, and myself get together every Monday night at 8 Pacific time for our USC show. All right. I believe that there are a few super chats to get to, so thank you for those. We've got Jersey Love. If Florida State gets left out, that would be tough. At that point, what was the point of playing the games, especially after Travis went down? It would be tough. That would be a difficult deal for those athletes that won all their games. I used to make the point that college football doesn't make sense because either the group of 5 teams need to be included in the playoff, or you need to completely cut them off and say, you know what, go play your own playoff. Because I, at one point, used to have this line where I said, if we're going to continue, this is before the Cincinnati entry into the playoff, when UCF got snubbed 2 years in a row, undefeated teams, and it never appeared as though they had never got close to the playoff. They were ranked like 12th, 9th, not even close to being a playoff team. That my thought was, you know what the committee needs to do? They need to go on a summer tour during August camp to all the group of 5 schools, and they need to set up their little display and say, we're going to meet with the team, and we're going to meet with Ball State today, and then tomorrow it's going to be Akron U, then it's going to be Appalachian State, and a different group of 5 team every day during August camp, and say, you know what, Gentlemen, we appreciate you being here. We appreciate you puking out your guts on the practice field every day during August, working so hard to get ready for this college football season. Just want to let you know that even if you win every game 50-0, that you have no chance in hell of making the college football playoffs. Have a great day. Bye. So yes, we need to credit the wins, and the teams that win should be in the playoff. So thank you for that contribution. Then we've got Egan here. Egan, thank you so much for being here. How many points do you think this Florida State team could put on Bama? Right now, Florida State is a better version of Iowa. I would argue that they might just beat Iowa. Because if you think about it, look at Florida State's offense tonight against Louisville. Other than running the Wildcat for 1 touchdown, so they put their best running back, or their second best running back, actually, Lawrence Toafili, at Wildcat, and he ran 73 yards for a touchdown. That was their touchdown. And they were playing Louisville, not Michigan. So I don't know. They probably, you're probably right. They are a slightly better version of Iowa. That's a good way to put it. How many points? If Florida State and Alabama played right now with the third string quarterback for Florida State, I would say at a neutral site, I'm going to go Alabama winning that game 27-10. All right, we got GT. GT with, I feel like the committee will force Alabama in, which means they will put Texas in, and this will leave out Florida State, sadly. So that would be a Michigan, Washington, Texas, Bama. It could be. It could be. We're getting indications from a lot of the things that are being said by people in the know. Stephen, thank you so much for the contribution. Appreciate that so much. Washington, Michigan, Florida are 0 losses, meaning Florida State. Conference champions or the 5 power conferences. Texas, other, but beat Bama of SEC. Texas, Big 12, over 1-loss teams for spot. Texas over Bama, over Georgia. Great show always. Okay, so I believe you're going with Texas after the 3 undefeateds. Texas to be the other team that gets in because they beat Bama and Bama beat Georgia. Thank you for that, Stephen. We've got Matthew who says, problem with putting Ohio State on is that they didn't play. Okay, well, this has happened before. I'm not justifying it just based on that, but 2016, Ohio State didn't play. 2017, Alabama did not play. 2018, Notre Dame did not play a conference championship game. And of course, 2022, Ohio State. So we've got 4 occasions of that already. And that doesn't mean that I understand they didn't play. And so that takes away from their resume, or it actually adds to everybody else's resume. And Ohio State, their resume was sealed after the 12th game against Michigan. So I get your point. But what if we had a situation like we did last year where Clemson's winning an ACC championship with 2 losses and Utah's winning one with 3 losses just because they played? Again, that credit should be given to those teams that played this weekend, of course, but that doesn't completely, in my opinion, shut out a team who did not play. And I am not saying that Ohio State should be selected. I'm just saying that they have a resume that I believe is on par with Texas's and is actually better than Georgia's. All right, the fairest rankings according to Matthew. Washington 1, Michigan 2. Florida State 3, Texas 4. Michigan fan and just my 2 cents, but 1 and 2 weigh in. Well, thank you for that. That appears to be fair right there because you've got the 3 undefeated teams, 1, 2, and 3. James, thank you so much for the contribution. We appreciate that. Gixer Squid, thank you so much for the contribution. How much does the Heisman influence the top 4? LSU is not in, so wouldn't you tune in to see either Penix or Milroe? Makes for a good story. I don't think people care about a good story. Number one, once the Heisman Trophy is awarded, that's the first week, second week of December. That's old news. It's done. It's in the past. Nobody cares. People care who won the Heisman Trophy, but in terms of tuning into it, would you really, as a college football fan, if you love football, you're going to tune into a Heisman Trophy? Like people in the real world outside that aren't in the football bubble, what's the Heisman Trophy to them? They're not going to tune in to a football game just to watch a Heisman Trophy winner, because they're not watching football games anyway. I'm not understanding the connection there. All right. Mike says if Florida State was wearing Alabama uniforms tonight, everyone would be talking about how epic that performance was. I think we went through that before, so we are caught up on the super chats. Neil coming in with this one. Neil, thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much for your contributions. Neil, that's very kind of you. Just for that, we will buck our setup of only college football playoff contenders on the shelf, and we will go to the mighty Wolfpack of Nevada. Wherever they are. Thank you so much, Neil. Appreciate you. Yes, staying up late with the maniacs here. But this is what we do at the Voice of College Football. We've been on for 4.5 hours. Appreciate all of you. And before we came on here, we posted instant analysis of Alabama, Georgia, Florida State, Louisville, Michigan, Iowa, and Tulane and SMU, and Texas and Oklahoma State. So those are instant analysis that you may enjoy. And we talked about the odds and the playoff setup. All right. I'm at a place where I can't believe I'm still talking. And thank you for being here, everyone. We're going to be back at noon Eastern time. So in about 7 hours to take in the playoff rankings and the final playoff selections all together right here at the Voice of College Football. So again, make it back here in 7+ hours, and we will be watching together and we will respond together right here at the Voice of College Football. And I'll unveil my own top 25 that actually makes sense. Of course, there it is. Thanks for being here. You guys are the best. You guys are the ones that make this roll. So please like and subscribe on your way out, and we will see you soon.